You happy? Is there a way to walk into the office area without going through here? Yeah.
But yeah, it's too much to come in there. But you just coming through there?
Yeah, it's sat there on the phone. Quite. There's no way from the office to there. I think you need to get to the car park. Sort of climb over a bush or a fence, but it's not really nothing up there. Just a dump site. Doesn't connect to anything. Not like I would assume it's closed. There's a little dive back there. Yeah. I knew it was
You do turn it right, and you're like just
Yeah, I don't think we allow me to stay, really. I would ask them. So they said, oh, we need a day, one match, and there's another match, but it was like a 4-hour gap. Players are probably behind us playing on the back. And then there was another match scheduled for like 2 o'clock or something. The first match was sorry, about 10 or something. Oh, okay, that's fine. Sounds good. And then we got there in the morning. There were like 7 matches. What? Yeah, it was meant to be 2. The gap in the middle, what's happened? It's just like 7 matches. So in that gap, they put pretty much the whole of the doubles tournament in from between, I don't know, 11 o'clock to 2. And in fact, they moved the doubles along. They moved it to like 4 o'clock. Sorry, the finals. So, like, really well there. And then they have the evening as well. I mean, doubles is extra quick. Anyway, so that's okay. I think we started at 10, like this. We were doing 7 matches, and then we finished about 4:30, which was 5 o'clock. And then the 4-hour evening. I was like, this is nuts. Sorry, but I had a little stop, not a stop, but I did say this is a lot.
I think with this,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're on the curtains. Oh, I see. Did you rig it? The table's there. That's as well, because they all had a camera one. They did all that. And then, remember they were rigging for the next tournament, that next week when we remember. So they all came in, they put scaffolding and all their cables on top of our cables. So we were like, right.
We were complaining about that when I was in this game.
Yeah. So it took ages to do it. So big back length, big drop on them. Yeah. Trying to get underneath all the scaffolding and all this other cable.
Welcome to day 3 of Classic Week at the UK Pro Series. Looking forward to another jam-packed day of tennis. Here to launch it today on court 1. This woman, Emily Arbuthnot, taking on Freya Christie. And not for the first time here at St George's Hill. All the players competing this week have competed here previously over the past 5 weeks. Either a couple of times or a few more times than that. and they've all qualified for this grand finale in one way or another, either by winning a title or getting together enough points to qualify, or by being awarded a wild card. And these two looking to bump up their positions in the standings in Box A. On both the men's and women's side, a draw of 12 players split into 2 pools of 6. You have to play each player in your group. Points on offer for each victory. And they will decide at the back end of the week which place you play for, be it first, second, third, fourth, etc. Christie came through a long one yesterday, beat Eden Silva in a match tiebreak. It was a 1 hour 13-minute first set, so she's definitely had the court time to get her ready for this one. She has been hampered by injury a little bit recently, but still going at it here in this final week. First of 6 matches we've got lined up today on Court 1. Court 2 also in action, both courts being streamed. As we wait to go through the point system, it's 3 points for a straight sets win, 2 points for a win via a match tiebreak. You pick up 1 point as well if you win a set, so every set counts with the format of this event. So here we go, first match of the day on Court 1. Over on Court 2, it will be Anton Matusovic and Alistair Gray kicking things off. That should be a good one. And this one is really interesting between Freya Christie and Emily Arbuthnot, because they have faced off here twice previously. And although she is the lower ranked player, it's been Arbuthnot that's come out on top on both occasions. The first time it was via a match tiebreak, 10-7 in that tiebreak, and then more recently, just a couple of weeks ago, it was a 6-1, 6-4 win for Arbuthnot. So she'll feel some confidence, you would think, coming into this one. Fancy her chances of getting a first point on the board. It's been a little bit of a slower start this week, but understandably for Arbuthnot, she's faced 2 much higher ranked opponents. Lost 6-3, 6-2 to Eden Silva on day 1. On day 2, she gave Naomi Brody a run for her money in the second set. Brody was looking in cruise control, up 6-2 and pushing for the double break, but Arbuthnot tested her consistency, pushed her to a tiebreak on that occasion, but unfortunately for her, because it was straight sets, no points. So she'll be really fancying her chances of getting the first point in the bag, at least a first point today. Quite a bit over the last few weeks. Arbuthnot started out at the LTA's British Tour, where she reached the quarterfinals in week 2. Also played the Progress Tour Women's Championships, where she had some great experience playing against much higher ranked players, which will have well prepared her for this classic week. Played twice at this event, coming into this final week, coming 9th and 2nd. The 4th week of action where she came runner-up. You can see her rankings there, her doubles rankings and singles. She's the world number 9, 5-1, with a career high of 5-5-1 achieved in 2016. She's been at university, Arbuthnot, taking that route, and therefore her ranking doesn't tell the full story of her capabilities. Freya Christie here, also 22. Her doubles ranking, she's had some real success in doubles over the years, amassed 13 titles on the ITF circuit. She actually played doubles previously with Arbuthnot 5 years ago, pretty much exactly, in Chiswick. Became runner-up to Harriet Dart and Katie Dunn in the final.
Emily Arbuthnot won the toss and chose to receive.
But in singles, Christie currently ranks the world number 640, with a career high just inside the top 300. Also achieved her career high in 2016. And coming into this one, she did get her first points of the week in the bag yesterday. She'd had a close one on day one, losing out 6-4, 7-6 to Harriet Dart. Obviously was the underdog in that match. Dart, another player she's familiar with, has played doubles with. And then Eden Silva, she had quite the comeback to take her down. Was edged in the first set tiebreak, and then 6-love, 10-1 to finish things off. There's Luke Smith in the chair to get this day underway. And there's no lines judges, no ball kids. The players are largely calling their own lines. The umpire in the chair can overrule. Another really sunny, really warm day at St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club, and even with a roof over their heads, players can't escape the results of that. It gets really hot and stuffy in that room where they play the matches, and they've had a couple of days to kind of get used to those conditions. Still really difficult to contend with. Haven't quite had those thunderstorms yet that are supposed to blow these kinds of temperatures away. Here we go, confirmation of this match. Christie versus Arbuthnot for the third time here at the UK Pro Series, and Freya Christie will be hoping it's third time lucky. Arbuthnot elected to receive, so it will be on Christie's racket to get us underway here on court one. See if she can get her teeth into this one early, get the early breakthrough and apply some scoreboard pressure.
First set, Freya Christie to serve.
That's a really good start. Arbuthnot put her under some pressure with that low pass. But good control from Christie and great presence of mind to finish things off.
To love.
2 points that she picked up yesterday, Christie saw her leapfrog Sane Cartal in the group. There have been 1 or 2 incidents with balls rolling over from the neighbouring court. It's just something that's going to happen.
4 to love. 15.
This is something that Arbuthnot is likely to do throughout this match, just test Christie's consistency. She's able to get a lot of balls back in play. And Christie is going to be tempted to overhit, as was seen on that final forehand, a little bit wild.
Okay, Christie.
She's targeting those lines though,
That's
early
good.
days. It's a confident start for Christie. Forced to serve by Arbuthnot. Stepped up and took it on. So a comfortable hold to open. She has had some experience at WTA level. Christie made her debut over in Nottingham, home city.
Love 15.
And Christie would do well to target that Arbuthnot backhand. She's a pretty consistent rallier, Arbuthnot, but does prefer her forehand wing.
Love 13.
Did well to keep applying the depth there, Christie, when she didn't make the breakthrough earlier in the rally. She was let off the hook a little bit when she was into the court. Didn't quite have the space around the forehand to really inject the pace into it that she would have liked. But she kept up the consistency, which is the main thing, and has herself a nice little lead here. So Arbuthnot is going to have to focus.
Love 14.
Well, this is a great start. Really good placement on the return from Christie. It was deep and it was to the feet of Arbuthnot. So taking the time away from her.
Left, first serve. Okay, Christie.
Break to love.
Christie leads 2 games to love.
2 games in her pocket, and she's only dropped 1 point, Freya Christie. This is exactly the kind of start that she could have hoped for. Especially positive considering that she's not come out on the winning end of both the previous meetings here with Arbuthnot, and that's got to make it so tough coming back into the same conditions, not having that element of surprise. Oh, this is a really good start first forehand behind the serve in that rally was pretty much behind Christie. She really had to fling her momentum into the shot and was straight up behind it to capitalize, really steady as the ball kept coming back. And that's something she's going to have to deal with throughout this match.
You know,
It was a nice idea from Arbuthnot, stripping the pace on the return, just making sure that she had the depth, giving herself the time to readjust and get herself on level pegging in the rally. But then all the power in the decision came off the forehand, so she let herself down a little bit and won't be pleased. This is what she did so successfully against Naomi Brody in the latter stages of their clash yesterday. Just kept asking the questions by keeping the ball coming back and coming back. Showed real grit and determination there, Arbuthnot, to extend that clash. Few miscues though on the forehand, a couple of them that have possibly cost her the opportunity in this game. Arbuthnot will want to tighten those screws quickly because the forehand is her biggest weapon.
Christie.
Just missed the mark.
Christie leads 3 games to love.
And so we head into the first sit down, and Freya Christie has consolidated the break. Reminder that Arbuthnot opted to receive to start this one, was probably hoping for a slower start from Freya Christie. She nailed a good few first serves in that opening game to get it comfortably, and that gave her the opportunity to relax a little bit in the second game. And now here she is, 3 games up. Hasn't just been competing at St George's Hill, Christie. She played the first week of the LTA's British Tour, had a really tough opener against Jodie Burrage. It was a strong draw that week. Lost 2-1. But she had a strong showing at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. 8 of the best British women battling it out. Came through the group stage and lost out to Katie Bolter in the semi-finals. Fairly close couple of sets, 6-3, 7-6. And that's big for Arbuthnot. The longer rallies are the area where she can really thrive because she does just push and push, and in the end forces her opponents to overhit. Stanford University, where she's been studying, Emily Arbuthnot, economics. Has been a part of the GB University team during that time. The approach backhand judged wide. Has to be careful, even in these early days, just to take it point by point and really stay in the moment. Arbuthnot break down 15-30 if she focuses on the scoreboard now. It's not going to do her any favors.
1 second, then.
Better now than drawing a point. Oh, that's fantastic from Christie. Arbuthnot whipping that forehand cross court, took the length off it, and he felt she might have had the element of surprise with that shot, but Christie was on the right side of the court. She covered it quickly, got underneath and injected some serious pace into that pass for a big couple of break points.
30-40.
Well, it seems like a couple of not so significant points at the moment, but a little bit loose on that final forehand from Christie. And if Arbuthnot can get across the line in this game, it is just the single break. And time and again we see players come so close to making a breakthrough not being able to get across the line and then having some trouble in their next service game. So now this has gone to deuce. It becomes even more important for Christie to try and get the double in the bag.
Advantage Arbuthnot.
She's going to be up against it, though, if Arbuthnot keeps nailing the first serve the way she has in the past few points. Has been raising her level with her back against the wall during the course of the first few days of this event. Depth of shot, forcing the error. I think Arbuthnot to move her feet there. She was trying to get around to get out on the forehand wing, just didn't have the positioning around it.
Advantage Arbuthnot.
That's a great thing to have in your repertoire. Precise first serve to make a cheap point when you're in danger. She does squeak through.
She leads 3 games to 1.
And if she can stay determined and keep up her rallying consistency, that could prove to be a really big game in the wider context of this first set. Saved double break point there, Arbuthnot, to avoid going down a double break. Be looking to do some immediate damage here and getting Christie's head a bit, with the higher ranked player unable to see that one out.
Love.
Nice stuff from Christie. Easy control from the forecourt, had the positioning on the forehand to set up for the smash, which I think just wrong-footed Arbuthnot, didn't have to be too quick or powerful. Well, what a way to close it out.
Christie leads 4 games to 1.
There's big stuff from Freya Christie. Arbuthnot stalled her momentum a little bit by just managing to claw her way across the line in the previous game. If there was going to be a sudden jolt for Christie, it would probably have come there. And she makes a statement with the love hold. Biting first serve to seal that one, so she can take a lot of confidence from this opening to the match. The last meeting with Arbuthnot, she lost the first set 6-1. Looking potentially on her way to dropping a 6-1 set on Arbuthnot, but it's got to stay in the moment. There's still a way to go.
Time.
First match of the day on court 1 for the first time this week. A mix of men's and women's matches on court 1. It was the men that took the stage here on Monday and the women yesterday. But it'll be Julian Cash and Henry Patton following this match.
Love.
Wasn't quite a clean hit from Arbuthnot on the backhand, but it just goes to prove it doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to stick at it. And if you can keep getting those balls in the court, there's the possibility to make something happen. Didn't let it distract her, hit a great depth-filled ground stroke on the next shot, and Christie was pushed into the net.
40 love.
Player gets kind of obsessed over playing perfectly and hitting their top level. They're going to struggle because nobody's perfect, and most days you're not going to hit that top level. You just have to find ways through. Responds with a love hold of her own.
Christie leads 4 games to 2.
Still trailing by the break. It's the best thing she can ask for at the moment. Not letting the scoreboard affect her. That's good to see. Oh, great stuff. Could see Arbuthnot heading off in the other direction. Perfect time to go behind her. Takes the wrong footer.
13-15. T15. T30.
She's just got to keep going after every point, Arbuthnot. This looked ready to be a fairly comfortable hold again for Christie. Strategy at the moment just has to be putting as many balls back in play as possible with sufficient depth to stop Christie moving up to the forecourt and capitalising. Oh, that's how it's done. Great control on the low volley. See her just choosing her moment there with the forehand down the line. She stepped inside the baseline, came forward, so gave herself time to just get ready for that volley on the backhand. Really good stuff. It was a decent return as well to get herself going. Position for Christie. This game suddenly gets a lot more interesting.
Advantage Christie.
Oh, you can hear the audible frustration. She knew she'd worked herself into a good position there. And once again, we've seen it a few times in this set. The pace just coming off the forehand, lacking height.
Going Christie. Christie leads 5-2.
She does manage to put the lid on it, and you can understand the frustration from Arbuthnot because she's composed herself well here, went down that early break, and has just kept rallying, kept staying in touch, and there she seemed to have her opportunity. Not a solid break point, but a half chance. And she'll feel like she let it go a bit. Big boost for Freya Christie, though, to come through that game. Christie did pick up those couple of points yesterday, her first two of the week. It is Harriet Dart who is fully in control of this group at the moment. 2 straight sets wins, so 6 points in the bag. Eden Silva and Naomi Brody hot on her heels. So Christie will be very much hoping to pick up the straight sets win here to bag that second place position. Just keep herself contending strongly. Reminder, Arbuthnot still going for her first point of the week, and will have liked her chances coming into this one, but Christie is proving a tough task so far this morning.
Wait, please.
Yeah.
Left 15.
Well, the ideal thing here for Freya Christie would be to dig in and break so that she's serving to open the second set. Arbuthnot's option to receive turned out to be in Christie's favour here. Got her the head start, and the early advantage that Arbuthnot herself was surely looking for with that decision. Has got the first point in this game, Christie, which is a bit of a setting of the tone. That's a little bit of a warning bell moment for Emily Arbuthnot, because they're the kinds of rallies that she has been able to come out on top of a little bit more. And once again, it's ended with a forehand unforced error, so she's not doing herself any favours here. Facing the deficit now as well. These are big moments in this set. Pounced on her opportunity there, Christie. Saw the shorter ball sitting up in the court and came down over the top of it. Great angle on the forehand as well. And so she has conjured up triple set point on the return. Oh, what a way to finish. Stretching Arbuthnot out from behind the baseline. And in just over half an hour, it is a comprehensive first set win for Freya Christie, and she'll be delighted with that. Going for her first win over Arbuthnot here at St George's Hill. She did win their first meeting back last year, August, at the ITF event in Chiswick, but is not yet a winner over her at the UK Pro Series. So halfway to changing that. Great percentage of first serves for Freya Christie, up in the 90s. Anything around the 60-70 mark is solid, so that's great numbers for her. And pretty solid on the breakpoint conversion rate. Arbuthnot all the way through, although she did get close at times, unable to conjure up a breakpoint opportunity. So she's got some thinking to do as to how she approaches this second set and how she can add that little extra bit that's going to get her those opportunities. She's been rallying toe-to-toe, and as was referenced, she was winning a lot of the longer rallies at one point, but maybe just hasn't been able to get Christie into enough of them. And then towards the back end of the set, her forehand was just starting to break down a little bit, handing over a few too many cheap points to Christie. So if she can just cut down on those errors, keep the grit, keep the determination, there's the opportunity to make stuff happen. Christie will be delighted, though, having broken for that opener, so that she can now step up to serve and open this second set. She's been looking very much at ease. No signs of frustration early on.
Second set, Christie to serve. Love 15.
Well, important for Arbuthnot to dig in right here and stall the momentum for Christie. Give herself some breathing room as well. Interesting serve from Christie there. It's not all about the power. She opted to completely strip the pace there and use the spin shorter in the box out wide, which seemed to take Arbuthnot by surprise a little bit.
30-40.
Well, missed a trick there, Christie. Balls were coming back a little bit slower from Arbuthnot as she had her on the run, but wasn't quite able to generate the pace necessary on the backhand. Allowed Arbuthnot to get back into things, and she's looking refocused at the beginning of the second set. Arbuthnot back in those long rallies, not breaking down, and has herself a much needed early opportunity. I thought she might have just missed that sideline, and that's a shame because she had the open court. She'd gone in the right direction. It didn't need to be that close. Oh dear. She'd done all the right moves. Such a big point as well. She could smile about it. Well, there is the frustration. It's understandable. Good focus from Christie. Early net caught in that rally, and she didn't let it throw her, but Arbuthnot in this opening game of the second, looking to be the more proactive player, and it just did her in a bit there because she forced the ball long.
That's it.
Oh, she found the line with it. Great work from Arbuthnot. She's going through her options here. She wasn't even in perfect position to hit that lob. It was almost a defensive option, but had exactly the right height. Any lower and Christie would have been able to smash it. That's huge, a really big moment for Arbuthnot to keep herself in this potentially crucial opening game of the set. She's already had that opportunity, missed the smash, which must have been a killer.
Let for serve.
Not successful on Christie's side. She was put under real pressure. Great approach shots from Arbuthnot, keeping the control, not overhitting, but just getting enough width and depth to do the damage. So she does have another opportunity for the breakthrough. Oh, that's unfortunate. Back to square one. Interesting miss from Arbuthnot. Just kind of fell out of the final shot, and she seemed to have got those little errors under control a bit in this game. The lifeline for Christie. There we go. Such good control. That smash aside earlier in this game, she's looked pretty good up at the forecourt. Arbuthnot really well handled on those low backhand volleys. And didn't try and be too clever with that final smash, just found the open court. Well, it won't be third time lucky. Curled away from her, that serve up the tee. So often we see lengthy opening games to sets, and the longer they go, the more important they become. They can be real momentum setters.
Advantage Christie.
She did well to play that one out, Christie. The wrong footer going back behind off the return has been effective for her, but she'd forced Arbuthnot so far out wide with that first serve that she wasn't quite off balance enough to do the damage. So good commitment to finishing things off. Great resilience from Arbuthnot. The moment she saw the opportunity with the shorter ball, she pounced, got the cross-court angle to help herself out. There, just before, I think that Christie had missed a trick, going short instead of passing up the line into the space. But that's in the past now, as she focused on this next point. Another stray ball. It's just something that is going to happen. You have to take it in your stride. It's the Matusevic-Gray match over on court 2. They're still in the first set, locked in a tiebreak.
Advantage Arbuthnot.
Yeah, another chance at the breakthrough. No real rhythm for either player in this game, very back and forth. Makes this game all the more important. It's going to be such a boost for whoever comes out on top.
Yes.
Once again, the T serve just curling away from Arbuthnot and so effective, picking up a cheap point under real pressure. Oh, that's really well handled by Freya Christie. Both the return and the follow-up ground stroke from Arbuthnot came so deep. She was really forced back. But just got back to bouncing on her toes and getting ready for the next shot. Had the positioning to whip that one low.
Christie.
That is a huge game to come through.
First game.
I don't have an official number, but that's got to be a good 8 to 10 minutes for that opening game. Eventually going the way of the woman that got the opener. So it'll be interesting to see how Arbuthnot responds to that. Mentally, she's shown great resolve when she's been down over the last couple of days. But that's a big game to miss out on. She had, I think, 4 breakpoint opportunities, and if you remember how she missed the first one, smash on her racket. She goes fractionally wide with it. They're the kind of things that can come back to haunt you, so she needs to get out of her mind what's gone before. Good grit from Christie, though. She'll be very pleased with that one. Players just taking some time to wipe themselves down. It's morning, so it's a little bit cooler, but still really tough conditions. You can't downplay it. It's a great start. the rally from Christie. She got right inside that baseline to pressure the return deep. Had her in a good position for the rest of the rally and putting some immediate pressure on. She has the momentum after breaking for that first set and then holding a huge game to open this one. Could turn out to be really key in the wider context of this match. This game's a huge one in terms of saying that. Just snatched at that forehand a bit, Arbuthnot. This is going to be really testing for her, just to see how she handles the frustration, which has to be there and would definitely be understandable. Had her chances, wasn't quite able to finish them off. Well, she committed to playing the ball and not her opponent there, Christie. She got herself into a great position, digging the off forehand into the corner. Sent the final ball straight back at Arbuthnot, but it had enough depth and pace just to ensure that she hit long. And this just goes to show how big that previous hold was. A triple break point chance now.
Christie.
That's not the way she wanted to see it go, but you can understand the double fault, the pressure that she's being put under. A couple of points previously, Christie was right up to attack the second serve. She'll be really pleased. Confidence in her walk as she gets the break in the second set. Setting a break lead. If we can consolidate here and get to 3-love as she did in the opening set. That's a real uphill struggle for Emily Arbuthnot.
Love 15.
She hits such a heavy shot, Freya Christie. And with the depth combined there, it's making it difficult for Arbuthnot to hang tough. She can so well. Oh, asking so many questions there, Christie, and Arbuthnot should be pleased with herself there, had all the answers. She really has been pretty solid up there, up front. She just regrouped again and again, finally closed the door. Oh my word. Arbuthnot fully down as Freya Christie's wrong-footed does the damage yet again. It was insanely good on that one because she took all the pace off just to drop the shorter angle. Arbuthnot didn't have a hope on that one. Her momentum was fully off in the wrong direction. Full marks for effort. Hopefully she doesn't seem to have been damaged by that fall. Could have been a lot worse, I think. After such a dominant previous point, maybe a little lapse in focus there for Christie. Lacked the connection on the forehand. They've been put off by the slip from Arbuthnot. Oh, that's a huge point for Arbuthnot to win. She was in a precarious position when Christie used the height to great effect, drew a soft high volley from Arbuthnot. But Christie, while she hits a consistently heavy ball that's difficult to deal with, she's not a player to generate a lot of pace. When she had that shorter ball, didn't really get it up a couple of miles per hour. And Arbuthnot able to do the work, turn the points around and capitalize. And out of nowhere, she has a breakback point. And the frustration from Christie just lacks the intensity on the backhands. Low into the net, and Arbuthnot who was mere points away from going down a set in 3-love even. So now back on serve in the second set. Stayed interesting. She knows that she just has to win this set, and then it goes to a match tiebreak if she can take it the distance. So that's anybody's match. Over on court 2 with Anton Matusevic and Alistair Gray. It was a first set tiebreak, and Gray came out on the right end of that one in almost an hour. So a real battle over there on court 2. Gray was in a lengthy one against Liam Brody as well yesterday, so he's certainly getting the time on court that he needs. A lot to think about for Freya Christie at this change of ends. Had the game point to seal the 3-love lead, and it's difficult when you've come that close. Seen it slip away. But due to serving first, she's still in the lead on the scoreboard, so if she can just refocus here, no time for a lapse in concentration, and get one of these first couple of points of the game just to get herself going. A good shot at preventing the consolidation from her opponent.
You both.
These long exchanges are becoming a permanent fixture of this match, and at the moment it's pretty 50-50 as to who comes out on top. Just going about this match in a very similar way. Originally it was Christie that was the cleaner of the two, hence the lead. I don't think either player can afford to be dropping these balls short. They might be looking to change things up a bit, but the moment either of them sees the opportunity to get up to the forecourt, they're sprinting up, give themselves plenty of time. You can see why Arbuthnot did attempt that shot. Christie was behind the baseline, had a spring and a step the moment she saw what was going on. Not quite sharp enough from Arbuthnot on that occasion. Here is her opportunity to get those 3 games on the board. There's good focus from Christie coming into this game, even after she missed narrowly on the first point. Got got straight to work.
Good luck.
Decent
30,
second
40.
serve. The turn off the hip for Christie was uncomfortable. Good stuff from Arbuthnot as well. She had a little bit of a break between that first and second serve while the ball was cleared off the court. Didn't let her rhythm drop.
Christie.
Well, just not quite the height needed on the forehand. And there it is. Freya Christie regains the break. Great response from her. Having been so close to that 3-love lead, it would have been easy to give in to the frustration, but she gets straight back to it. Still on track then to get this wrapped up in straights, which would give her the 3 points that would see her, at least momentarily, leapfrog Eden Silver and Naomi Brody to get to second place in her group, just behind Harriet Dart. Can't speak too soon though. Arbuthnot, as we mentioned, showed great resilience against Naomi Brody yesterday when she was down in that second set, almost down a double break and forced the tie break. So still anything can happen here. Mistake realised too late to take the pace off there from Christie. Arbuthnot had worked her way back into that rally nicely, and I think she was just trying to buy herself a bit of time, but it was too good on the placement from Arbuthnot. Once again raked in to finish off. Very well to throw in that slice to slow things down a bit, but you have to get the right placement on it. That one was just kind of fed to Arbuthnot. A much better use of the slice from Christie in that rally. Hanging with things as it went side to side and then picking her moment just to add that extra little bit of pace and deliver the knockout blow. Big from her at that position, 15:30 down. Avoids going down double break points, but not quite to safety yet. Fractional miss. She knew she had a chance as well. Christie had caught her out with the height, but instead of going down the line into the open court, she'd sent the ball cross court back to Arbuthnot. She had a look at it. Probably didn't have to be as precise as she was going for. It didn't have to be that close to the line. So game points as opposed to break points. Great response off the net cord from Christie. Didn't let it throw her even, and the slices that she injected into that rally kept so low, so put Arbuthnot under some pressure. And there is the 4-1 lead. Now this scoreline, 6-2, 4-1, doesn't accurately represent how close periods of this match have been, and some tight games, but ultimately Christie able to grit through and come out on top of the key moments thus far. 4-1 looks dominant, but it's still a single break, so Arbuthnot needs to just take it step by step here, concentrate on holding her own serve. Really big game for her coming up. Christie breaks for 5-1, and she's looking at a double opportunity to serve for the match should she need it, and that will probably relax her a bit. So first plan for Arbuthnot is simply get this game on the board.
Love 15.
Telltale signs of the pressure she's under. Really has been an impressive performance from Christie in those big moments of this match. Comes back well after the first day defeat to Harriet Dart. She talks about how great format is here. Even after a loss, you get to come back and try again the next day. She says it's amazing for the players because usually as soon as they lose a match, they're out. So to be able to have 7 matches guaranteed is big stuff. Need to work on things and pass behind you, get back on the match court. That was a great run from Christie, but much better use of the drop shot from Arbuthnot, opposite end of the court to Christie. Could see that she was quite far behind the baseline, kept that one short, and then didn't panic when the ball came back, just kept low over the backhand to execute one of her best points of the day. One in a game is not ideal. 2 is pretty problematic. That 15-30 deficit, and suddenly Christie can smell opportunities of break points. Great work from Christie. Did all the damage with the pace and depth on the forehand, which had Arbuthnot running to recover on the back foot. And Christie could see there at the corner of her eye, Arbuthnot heading off in the wrong direction. So just needed to quickly put that one into the open court. Actually done for a big point, break point. I think she knows that she had a bit more time to do something with that, Christie. The approach shot didn't come as fast as she was maybe expecting, but she went with the slice and the height as opposed to the low backhand pass down the line, which would likely have been more effective. Arbuthnot taking full advantage to get to the relative safety of deuce. Oh, you could sense that one coming. They've all come from that side of the court, and 3 in one game, that's a dilemma. Gifts the opportunity to Christie to seal the double break. She was in this precarious position yesterday, managed to fight her way through. needs to take some confidence from that now. Oh, so well executed. She really does raise her level when she's up against it, Emily Arbuthnot. Rotated through that cross-court forehand, using the full width of the court. And no mistakes on this particular smash.
Advantage Arbuthnot.
Well controlled from above her shoulder, just coming over the top of the ball. Took that one on.
Let her serve.
Great control and consistency from Freya Christie. Here we are again in another one of those marathon games that have become pretty familiar in this contest. The rallies extending with the length of the game. There's several moments there where Christie could have fallen away, but she kept her forehand slices low. Stayed in good footing. Both players just taking a little bit of time to catch their breath after that rally. Testing each other in conditions that are already testing enough.
Advantage Arbuthnot.
And on we go. Over on court 2. It's a 4-3 lead in the second set for Gray. So despite the almost hour-long first set that went to a tie-break, they're now pretty much in the same position of the match as we are here on court 1 with a scoreline that reads 6-2, 4-1. So that tells you about how many lengthy games we've had in this one. Oh, fantastic on the stretch from Christie. Talk about turning defense into attack. The placement of that backhand slice, keeping it so short and making life really difficult for Arbuthnot to get the height that she would have needed off of that shot. So another chance to finish that double break. Oh, that's not the way she wanted to do it.
Christy leads 5 games to 1.
Those dead net cords have been cropping up during matches, but I don't think I've seen one in such a monumental moment as this. Arbuthnot had been gritting away, so determined, 50-50 in that game with Christy. And then it ends like that. She'll definitely take it, Christy. 5-1 says the scoreboard, but this match has been closer than that. And if Arbuthnot had managed to squeeze through that game, there's no telling what could have happened. This isn't over, but she'll be a little bit more relaxed, stepping up at 5-1 to serve for this clash than if she only had one break under her belt.
Length for serve. Love.
Once again, that serve's got a nice, kind of nasty actually, little spin on it from Christy. Makes it difficult for Arbuthnot to get on top of the return. The moment she gets a foot inside the baseline, Arbuthnot on the attack. Quickly around that one. Too much lift as she looked to move Christy from side to side. And here we are. A double match point for Freya Christy. Strange place to throw that one in, but still has another chance to close this out.
2-2.
And there it is.
2 sets
That
for
curling
love.
T serve gets the job done, and it's one of the
6-2,
lengthier
6-1.
6-2, 6-1 clashes that you'll see. Almost 1 hour and 40 minutes court. And it is Freya Christie that gets the 3 points in the bag. And she'll be happy to come through by such a comprehensive scoreline, because it certainly doesn't tell the full story. Emily Arbuthnot showing some real grit, but just not able to come out on the right side of the key points in that encounter. And that's what wins come down to. It's where you peak. Not perfect from Christie, but some strong stuff to be pleased with. She'll take a lot of positives from this result. After losing her opening match to Harriet Dart, it's 2 wins on the trot for Christie over Eden Silva and now Emily Arbuthnot. And you can see there, her first serve percentage was really strong all the way through. She wasn't winning a terribly high percentage of those first serves. It was a positive number, but could have been higher, and that's why it was so important for her to get as many of those first serves in as possible. Generated so many more break points, and even though she wasn't able to convert more of them, she converted the ones that mattered. It's good for her, positive that she could just keep generating the opportunities, keep giving herself chances even as Arbuthnot pegged her back. So a great win for Freya Christie to launch the day on court 1. 5 matches on this court still to come. We're looking forward to them. And the next one will be the first men's match of the day on court 1 between Julian Cash and Henry Patton. And it will be Naomi Cavaday to take you through that one.
second match of the day up on court number 1. Men's match taking place between Julian Cash and Henry Patton. Naomi Cavaday, I'm here to take you through this one. Really should be an interesting match. This I've met a couple of times through this UK series already. Those matches were in complete distance, as tight as you could possibly go. Go into the detail a little bit more as things progress, but really barely anything to separate these two. Similar age, similar rankings. They know each other very well, just through juniors as well. So looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. It's Henry Patton, he's the first one ready. Followed by Julian Cash for contest. Temperature has been a hot topic for all of the players and coaches sitting aside there. As you see just over in the corner, that's the coach's spot. They're not actually getting involved in the match. There's no on-court coaching. It's just best to the safest place for them to be is that on-court to watch this match. Information there, Julian Cash against Henry Patton, and as I was saying, just with the heat inside these courts and outside of courts, it's been a struggle for everyone to be faring well at home. It's a little bit stuffy by the end of the day. So the first couple of matches out with a little bit of an advantage because it is a bit tougher, but thankfully today it's not us down by a few points. Getting a serious work sweat on in these courts, but I have to say all of them, credit to them, really been getting things. Julian Cash, 23 years old. You see their career high 7,000, so he's able to get points on the board, he's able to win matches the ITF circuit. Still
3 minutes.
Scheme of things. He's actually had the most appearances here coming into this week. 26 matches. This week is 29th. Consistent, also played some British tours as well. And it's been a really positive week for him so far here at the Classic Week at the Pro Series. Just hasn't quite managed to come away and win a couple of real heartbreakers. He's lost 2 tight 2-setters. He started off with the tough matches really, taking James Ward, of course, player. Lost that one 11-9 in the final set breaker, and then against Ryan Peniston yesterday, 14-12 in the final set breaker. So really a bit of a killer for him so far, but the tennis he's been able to play has been really positive, particularly serving. So I'm sure he will be taking that into zone. We'll see some more great tennis from him. Other side of the net, Henry Patton, 24. Ranking, you see there, just hovering around 1,300. Again, points on the board, match wins in the pocket, gaining some experience at that level. Essex, in fact, is Henry. And he's had a couple of tough matches coming in as well. So neither of these players have wins on the board, but this match really could get to a very high standard. They've both played really well. He's been unable to actually get a set on the board either. He's lost to Peniston 4-3 and Luke Johnson 2-5. Last-minute qualifier into this 2-4-5, and he did reach the final before losing to Dan Cox. That was just last week, so that was just the weekend. That's what qualified him. So the last-minute use qualification to get into this week.
Henry Patton won the toss, chose to serve.
Asheville. Strong doubles player, so we'll be expecting some good net play. Forward, you can see it's more tall frame, closing at the net, and he's good skills when he's in that one section of the court. Didn't manage to play a huge amount of tennis during lockdown, down in the States for a while, and then training back in the UK. So pretty much just been competing as much as possible. British Tours and the UK Pro Series, very similar to Cash. Results that we've seen this week, you might just be tipping the edge to Julian Cash, but as I mentioned, they had a match, and it was Patton that won that one in the final set tiebreak. Another heartbreaker for Julian. I'm sure he'd be doing his absolute best to avoid a third set tiebreak because he just had a really good way. Day 3 here of the final week at St George's Hill in Weybridge, just outside of London. Plenty of action for you throughout the day, courts one and two. First match of the day done over on court 2. Alistair Gray taking that win over Anton Matusevic. So silver and Sonny Cartel. Warming up next to us. Of course, we just had that result with Freya Christie getting a win over Emily Arbuthnot, the second win of the week. She did lose out to Harriet Dart, who's the top seed here for the women, but putting in a really good performance in that particular match. So
First set,
playing well here.
Henry
So
Patton to serve.
threat to the match. Men in match and Patton to serve.
Fifty love.
Skipping past the corner. Of course, as you can see already, Patton lefty. Dimension to the court. He uses those long levers and like he's got his we've seen already come forward. More of that for sure.
Fifteen, 30.
He's actually played twice through the Pro Series. This one didn't go quite to plan for Julian Cash, keeping the back tightness and the tire set down. It was in week 5, the week after. Good return there.
15, 14.
Patton on the stretch, and it's a fast start for Cash here. Breakpoint opportunities in the first game.
Left for serve. T40.
Box B. Jim Ford and Ryan Penniston, top 2 seeds. Some tough couple of opening matches for Cash. First up.
What? Yes.
Players in this box, Luke Johnson and Arthur Ferry.
Advantage catch.
We're away with that one. Patton could have made that actually. It bounced up a little higher than I think he was anticipating. Loose net, so those dudes seem to be fairly dead. Chucked up high as they would in the States.
Youth.
Players used to hang out in the States, both college players. She was a cowboy. Home state.
Advantage pattern.
For the leftiness, just that bit of swing, just change the angle. Just taking a few games to settle into it. He's going to put pressure on here. Patton's done a good job of wrestling things back.
Jane pattern. First game.
Do it. I'd say it's been quite a relaxed start to this match. Necessarily the most tight out on the court. And it is Patton that manages to hold his serve, so he's up 1-0. Run through the order of play. Yesterday we had all of the women out on court number 1. We were bringing new commentary of all of those matches. On Monday we had the men. Today mixing things up as we will be for the rest of the week. Following this will be between the number 1 seed in the women's draw, Harriet Dart, who's Naomi Roby. Interesting form and last week fresh back into the singles.
Julian Cash to
We followed Ryan Peniston, Arthur Ferry, another very interesting match, of course. Burridge against Beth Gray, and then rounding things off here on court number 1 will be Leah Brody against Billy House. Mentioned it a lot this week, but I think it's worth mentioning again. He's going to be completing 42 days if he gets through this event relatively unscathed. And what an effort that has been. Not many players who could say they've done
that. 40 love.
Straightforward game for Cash on his serve.
Game Cash.
Throwing in a bit of serve volley, but didn't need to make the volley.
1 game all.
Comfortable start for both, really. Cash really, for me, watching him play the past couple of days and through these tournaments, the serve has been a really outstanding shot. The serve and four-hander is best 2 shots, of course. That's what he'll be looking to dictate with. Just think the placement of the serve, variation.
Low 15.
Particularly finding the sliding serve. Good angle. James Ward today, very experienced player. It's on Monday. Just couldn't really get a read on the return. Frustrated with it.
15 all. Thirty.
Shots behind the serve.
Two. 30-40.
Taking that one very early indeed. Didn't need to inject too much pace because he had that body weight going through the back of the ball. That got him the depth, so opportunities here.
Left, replay the point.
Ball just coming across the back of the court behind Patton. So take that one again.
Use.
Tough going, trying to get that all-important break point against the lefty. Serve again.
Advantage pattern.
Trying to be very frustrating for players. They know it's going to go in that direction. What's going to happen? It's so reliable for the lefty.
Game pattern.
Body serve just into that right hip.
Pattern leads.
Trying to take
2
it
games
early.
to 1.
No joy there. So 2 services in a row. Patton's had to fight his way out of facing break points. Doesn't seem too phased by it. Serve at 2-1. Let's give you a run through of the matches that we're looking forward to on court 2 as well. Through court 1 already. Gray has beaten Anton Tusovic. That was first up. Silva against Cartel in the women's are out on court right now. That'll be followed by Mark Whitehouse against Dan Cox. Emma Raducanu against Emily Appleton. James Ward against Luke Johnson. And finally, rounding things off, Elise Maloney against Nadia Rawson. So much action to bring you throughout today and the rest of the week. Balls on the racket of Julian Cash. Good depth off that return. He's played basically easing into the match, trying to go for too much.
Wow. 13-0.
Getting away from Patton. Had a good hit on it. You can see he's a bit frustrated because he was there, he was balanced, had it in the middle of his racket, read it nicely. We've been hoping to do a little better, especially up love 15. Really pile pressure on. He's been under pressure on his serve. Turn favour. Oh, he's found it. Superb angle cross court there from Henry Patton. Looked like he was nowhere in the court to find that. I think that was pretty much the only spot he had available. Moving backwards in the corner. Flat backhand strike, punch, angle cross court winner. Just couldn't get enough purchase on the return there. Really get himself into the rally. Easy does it, making it look very comfortable indeed.
Yes.
Seeing some good stuff for both players here, but not necessarily the tidiest of starts. Just a couple of those loose shots just peppering things at the moment. It's early stages, they're looking to settle down. The move forward from both players is just looking really good, well timed. For good approach, you can see really struggling. He's looking for the down the line passing shot, but just couldn't get enough juice behind it. Featherstone Cash having to fight his way out. Service game. 3 service games. For being under a huge amount of pressure with break points. All 3 have been held, and that takes us to 2-all.
Love 15.
Yeah, super serve. It's just starting to ramp up now with the pace, getting more pop. Shooting through a little bit better, and with that extra bit of racket head speed does come a bit more accuracy. You start slowing down the racket, it becomes much more difficult to control the ball. Just lacking a little in attention to detail around that shot, positioning. So we could have got into a better position to deliver a better shot. I know that one was just a little wide, but it does show you just how far Cash has got to cover on the return, and that's what's quite intimidating. It's not necessarily the pace coming in. Just drifts. A little bit of pressure here. When you're returning, you just kind of feel how much space you've got to cover on each side. That's pretty intimidating. See, Cash has been going to take the returns quite up close to the baseline just to narrow that gap as much as possible. Otherwise, there'll just be too much space that he couldn't quite reach. Been pretty effective so far. 3rd service game in a row. Great point. Just
13,
missing.
14.
Dictating that slice. Patterson just not doing enough damage,
3 games
not
to 2.
even neutralising in the rally, and it is Cash that gets the breakthrough. He's been threatening on every service game. Clinch it, he's up 3-2. Julian Cash got his sights set high. Says he would love to achieve a spot in the main draw of Grand Slam singles and doubles. So how good was it for him to get a run out against James Ward just a couple of days ago, and being so tantalisingly close against him? It must be a real confidence boost. James Ward is somebody who's in all of the Grand Slams off his own back, in his own right. Top 100 player. And with all of that experience, and whilst, yes, he's not in the top 100 right now, still would have been a big boost for Julian Cash, who really is looking to continue on his professional journey and start stopping that ranking. Held us up as well. He nearly won. He secured the break in the early stages here. So close to getting a win on the board. He could have easily had 2 wins coming into this match. As it stands, he doesn't need to get his first here.
Was long.
Patton was really looking to respond to getting broken, and he was very aggressive in that game right from the return. He got a good strike, and then he was coming at Cash, but a fabulous passing shot. Just saw Patton take a step over. The cross court was on. There was a gap available. Managed to force the ball through it.
Love. To 15.
Just coming across there, you can see would have tripped Cash up. So we'll play this one. It's not all been plain sailing for Julian Cash. Trouble with injuries. Had surgery not too long ago. Serious ankle problem. Really looking to try and get a decent run playing on the circuits that you can play week after week and have to take time out. He does.
30
Actually disrupted a lot of his college tennis the final year. It's difficult for him, struggling with the injuries. It's a huge ask, the college program, the amount of training and matches. Remember, these guys are still growing, heading out there around 18 years old. Super volley. Great pick up there. He was really outstretched. It was down low. I don't think Patton could have done more with that return. This little overhead just sneaking in. He did have the whole court, but decided to go near the line. Again, it was a super return from Patton. Great effort down low. Tough for the serve volley to deal with, but Cash making it look easy. Little half volley nudge cross court, doing just enough to keep it out of reach. Just looking like a better, good grip on this match now. Getting a better look at Patton's serve than is on his. To get a good read on the leftiness of it, and let's put him under pressure in every service game, so he'll be looking for a second break here.
love. First serve.
Nowhere near that one. Just leaning to the left for the lefty swinger. Variation from Patton. No mind games when the lefty's on the court. Nearly had it as well. I had to play it a little bit behind him. Just enough from Cash.
That one, yeah.
I think we're looking for Patton earlier this year as well. Did get through to quarter-final of Futures Barkdepool. Lost out in a three-setter to Aiden. Back-to-back wins.
40-30.
That's what really gets the confidence going. First step is to get away from these tournaments and into multiple in the same week.
Game Patton. Cash
Another
leads.
tee serve that
4 games to 3.
Cash wasn't ready for. and that was the most comfortable service game with team for Henry Patton, so he just keeps the gap close, but still down a break here. It's been a very welcome event for all of the British players. It's such a fantastic showcase of the talent that we've got, the depth level in this country. Because often for the more casual fan, you see the lower ranked player, you only see them when they're playing against big players on big courts. And, of course there is a difference in standard when it comes to those sorts of matches, but actually when you get to see them out playing against each other, you realise how good the level is. Just seen some fantastic tennis through the last 5 and a bit weeks. There's coach of Cash, Barry Fulcher. More than 60 players have appeared across the 5 weeks coming into the final one. All of them relishing the chance to get out there and compete, see what their game is at, get the opportunities that Mark was talking about just 2 days ago with Julian Cash taking on someone like James Ward. Cash being in the futures predominantly. It's not going to happen. There's some big opportunities for some of the youngsters as well to have crack, more experienced players.
Love 15.
Three ways you can qualify for this final week. You can accumulate enough points, as both of these two managed. They played quite a few times through the tournament. Cash played 4, I think, and 3. But qualifying that way in terms of their ranking over the course of the 5 weeks.
30-15.
Could have won one of the weeks. That'll secure your spot here in the Classic Week, or you could get a wild card. We've seen some of the high-ranked players taking wild cards into this final week to try and compete to the standard. It really is the best of the best. Both players putting onto court some good stuff, really. Some nice, simple tennis. Neither one going for anything too flamboyant. Seen quite a lot of serve and volley, but dealing with it so well. It's looking pretty clinical so far for Cash. It is easy, but just keeping things simple. Seeing a lot of the 1-2 punch being executed well. A nice body jammer there, and then the big forehand into the space, exactly what he's looking for. Very good service hold for Julian Cash, so getting closer to taking the first set here.
Love. Love.
Patton following suit, serve and hitting his spot, and then first shot into the space.
30-15.
Pretty casual demeanour has Patton. Moves around the court. Most intense you might find.
The
lefty favourite plays. Just getting caught out there. Good deep return. Looking Patton out up right underneath his feet. Just couldn't get out of the way in time to be so explosive to be able to deal with that. Spin forward and a good hold for Henry Patton.
5 games to 4.
Asking the question for Julian Cash to serve this first set out. I mentioned this is, of course, the final week of this event. There are some more British tours on the schedule when it comes to the domestic events. International events, of course, a little more uncertain. I mean, nothing is certain at the moment, to be quite honest. We do have some of the international tennis off and running with the WTA events. They started last week in Italy, this week in Prague and Lexington. So those tournaments going ahead. So that is a big confidence boost for the world of tennis. But for the ATP, they'll just have to wait a little bit longer until Cincinnati kicks off. That will be the first one. But of course, that is the tour level. These players sitting on the circuit, really, which is just below that tour level. So question marks as to which tournaments are going to be able to go ahead. Doesn't look incredibly promising for tournaments in this country, but we'll keep fingers crossed. There are some on the schedule around the world, but it's not going to be what we're used to seeing. Of course, it will be nowhere near what we're used to seeing in terms of the amount, the volume of tournaments that are on. This is a truly global sport. We have thousands of players wanting to compete each week.
Love 15.
All players really have to just accept that this is just not in their control. Whatever they can play, they will, as we've seen from these two. Yeah, totally fooled Patton there. You could see he was going over to the backhand side. And the flat one coming to the forehand. Opportunity there. You can see a little frustrated with that one. On the front foot, up inside the baseline, everything you could have asked for at 15 all. As Cash is trying to serve out this set.
14-15.
Same serve. Second ace in this game. So Cash has got a couple of set points.
set, Cash.
And that'll seal it. A strong set of tennis
6-4.
from Julian Cash. Serving nicely, keeping that variation up. Didn't start off completely tidy, but improved all the way through, as did Patton actually, so the level getting high towards the back end of the set. But Patton just unable to make a breakthrough on the Cash serves. Just couldn't turn it around there. You can see why 82% of those first serves going in from Cash, and I mean, the variation has been great, as we've seen all week. Had Patton fooled, and even 9 games in, you would kind of be thinking the returner might be getting a bit of a read on the serve now, but couldn't do it. Got fooled twice in that game, and that was what we saw when Cash was playing against James Ward as well. So good variation and disguise and decision making when it comes to serving of Cash, and once he nabbed that break, there was no looking back. He takes the first set, 6-4.
Fine.
So once again, Cash producing the good tennis, but can he convert it into a W for the first time this week? Halfway there.
Second set, Patton to serve. Minute love.
Players that Cash has been able to have a crack at through the Pro Series. And for Henry, had a good match against Liam Brody a few weeks ago. Lost that one in the final set tiebreak, but Brody highly ranked, 200.
Love.
211 to be precise. Good to get a run out against somebody like him.
Game Patton.
Well, that's the way to start the second set. And I have to say the serving of Patton has just improved through this match. The first 3 service games he was under a huge amount of pressure, facing breakpoint in all 3 of them, and it was the third where he was in fact broken. But then after that, just started nailing his spots a little better, definitely improved the pace behind it. Cash hasn't been able to get too close on the serve, and there a hole to love, much welcome. He's out serving first in this set, so we'll be up. Pressure will be on Cash to try and do something. New balls here, we get them at 11 and 13. Checking to the players, it really has been making a big difference when you get that ball change. Balls have been roughing up, especially long rallies. We haven't seen a huge amount of long rallies from these two. They're not exactly sort of baseline battlers. They're liking to be aggressive, dominating with the serve. We've seen a lot of movement forward as well. For the matches where it has been a little more baseline heavy, it's definitely been slowing down. Some of those new ones do come in, they really can get away from you.
15.
Just give you an update from court number 2. Even Silver against Sonic Cartel. It's 4-3 Cartel in the first set. Again, just looking very comfortable coming forward and taking that high backhand volley. It's very disciplined tennis, I think, particularly from Cash all round. One trying to go for anything that's too wild or ambitious. Controlled aggression from the pair of them. That's the jammer. Completely losing balance there. Didn't even muster up any sort of realistic contact point.
Sorry. Game Cash. 1 game all.
Finding spots once again on the serve. That wide one on the deuce moving nicely. If you can nail that target with that particular serve, just pushing your opponent into a certain position and then stepping forward, looking to close the net down, it just means there are 2 slots really available for that player to play into either side. They can go down to your feet as well, but with the way that Cash is bowling, it's going to work out well.
15 love.
I think he saw Cash moving forward to that one and knew it had to be good.
Love.
Just seeing these service games from Patton just become much more comfortable now. He was the one break in the first set. A little bit loose on that final forehand. We went down love 40. 2 love holds for Patton to kick things off in this set. So he's up 2-1. Just tell you a little bit about the club here. It's George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club, and boy, do they have some lawn outside. Plenty of grass courts. Have been absolutely heaving in the heat wave over the past few days. Fabulous setting. Players aren't able to really enjoy it too much though. With the COVID restrictions and rules, they've got not before times. Try and turn up as close to the matches as possible. It just isn't really a players' lounge or anywhere for them to hang out, because that would be a bit of a safety risk. So it is very much about getting the job done here at this event. coming in about an hour before the match, get to practice outside. This is the first match on. You can have a little hit indoors. So you practice outside, and then really it's just wait for your match to start, finish it up, get a little bit of physio treatment if you need it, whatever, to kind of wrap them for the day, and then get off site. Nowhere else to be. It really is a fantastic club, and hopefully the players will be able to come back for another event another time and actually enjoy the different areas that they haven't been able to see all these weeks. There's not a lot of noise coming from Patton, but you can just see by the facial expression there. He's getting frustrated that missing one too many of those where it is cleanly on his racket. He needs to get hold of it. The ball on the strings. We want to try and come up with something. Getting away from him. He was in a tough position there to look for the down the line shot. He had to make it deep because there was no way he could cover the ground cross court if he dropped it short. Patton was going to be up to that and finding the width, and the winner was on. So maybe just putting himself under a lot of pressure with that particular shot selection. Move here. Oh, when he does. Finds a great passing shot there, the off backhand, just a little on the stretch, keeping it low. That was the key part. And some break point opportunities here. It's a good serve. It's the one that's been so reliable for him. Well, that volley just sitting up a little bit, didn't quite stick it, but a fantastic game from Patton with quite a few passing shots. Of course, no reaction from him after getting the break. It's been a long time coming. He'll just take that, pop it in the pocket and move on. A little fist pump we got. So things just turning around, and you really could feel it building for Patton, particularly on his own service games as the match has gone on. And that last game was just a little bit out of nowhere. Some fabulous passing shots, and Cash giving up a couple of opportunities, and that's it. Break done. Patton is serving well, so confident.
59.
Remember, he's held the 2 service games in this set to love. Fancying his chances of Sealing the second set, taking us into a breaker. Remember the last time they played did go to a tie break. 13-11 in the final set tie break, and it was Patton that won that. And I'm sure Julian Cash doesn't need reminding, but 2 third set tie breaks he's played this week, both he has lost so tightly. Will that be in the back of his mind if he finds himself in another third set here? 9 he went down to James Ward, and 14-12 to Peniston. The last time he played Patton, 13-11 he went down in the final set. So not the best memories for Cash, but he's playing well enough to get the wins. Just got to get himself over the line. Wow. Service games.
4 games to 1.
Down. Break points. That's in the first set, and it was the third one where he gave up the break, and now he can't lose points on his serve. Consolidating the break, looking good here for this to go the distance. 1. Building his game really nicely through this match. More and more settled. Wasn't particularly flustered after losing that set, didn't phase at all. Going to get a bunch of that from Patton. Has had a few shots, I think, where he's set up well, got a good contact on it, ball getting away from him. A couple of times he's shadowed the hand coming through the shot. Might be something that I'd like to look at. It just doesn't feel like it's quite right. Just loosening the hand all the way through, it gets you that extra bit of spin and control. Put the ball where you want it. Regrouping well here.
Patton leads 4 games to 2.
Relatively simple. At the end of that game, knew that one was done. Fill up a break, so feeling pretty good. The setup shot for the move forward on the whole has been really good, I think, from both players, whether it's come from the serve or baseline strike behind. seen an awful simple volleys go away into big spaces, and that means they've done all of the work before that shot.
15 love.
More energy about the walk of Patton now as this set is moving in his favour. More of a strut.
T15.
Quite find that body serve, and Cash doing a good job of just leaning out of the way of that and then just pulling the forehand on the inside in. Catching Patton out there. Yeah, he's not happy with that. He felt like it was on. Just drifting a little wide, and suddenly it was looking like things were moving exactly as he wanted them to. A couple of quality points from Cash, facing down a break-back point. Superb. He's done so well there under huge amounts of pressure. A completely different point to what we've seen through this match. Bit of a slice off down the line. Just put a bit more height and depth on that final slice so he had time to get to the net. But then how about that for a volley? Just a little jab at it, taking the pace off. Up in the intensity here now, Patton. Taking a few more steps around the ball. Really trying to keep this level high. just about found a way. Getting more reaction out of Patton now as he goes with a fist pump towards his camp. And difficult game for him to come through. And you can see he was trying to up his level to make sure he did. Just a game away from levelling things up here. 5-2. As much as the lockdown and this recent situation has not been ideal for anyone, it really has did have a huge effect on British tennis, of course, with cancellation of the grass court season, including Wimbledon, which so much of participation hinges on in this country. But it's been great to see the Brits out in action, and we know how much the British crowd love to watch the Brits. Their courts are always absolutely packed when it comes to the big tournaments. So it's been great to have you with us here and watching these particular matches and some of the talent that we've got on display. But there have been some positives for tennis. Seen a huge surge in terms of court bookings. It was one of the few sports that the British public were allowed to play at the beginning. Tennis, golf and fishing. So plenty of people picking up a racket for the first time. Then on top of that, we had this UK series kicking off quite soon afterwards, as well as British tours. There was not a lot of live sport on TV available for people to watch and get involved in. Tennis, again, one of the first. So it was looking pretty ominous for a time. We did lose Wimbledon, but I want to say credit to everybody who's been involved in getting British tennis back up and running, because I think on the whole, come out of this in a really positive way.
15 left. I'm not sure.
I think Cash thought was out, which is why that volley was so casual. It was good. Have it.
30 left.
Right into the corner. Another comfortable service game for Cash, so just keep himself in here. He did have a break point in the last game, so he'll be looking to push once again. Get back on level terms in the second set. Talked a little bit about the final set breaker record of late. He would much rather get through this in straight sets, but we'll have to do some serious work and turn things around here, because it is Patton who is serving for the second set.
Left 15.
The ideal start. Getting himself in the wrong position there on the backhand. Depth out of a difficult position from Cash. He was looking to make a push. Well, here it comes. Too much in approach shot. Just setting himself up nicely with a big space to play into.
Vario.
If in doubt, go for the lefty swing up. Good hustle from Cash at the back of the court, but you could just feel Patton just edging on top of the point there, shot by shot, rotating with the forehand. Through that one. We've only had 2 breaks here, 1 each, but they have split the sets. Patton not really pushing after he gained that break of serve, and we will be heading into a final set tiebreak. This is exactly what happened last time they played. Patton that came on top in the end there. No break opportunities. Good numbers all round. Very high first serve percentage from Cash. Not that high throughout the match. Offer up his break, and actually didn't do a huge amount wrong in that break of serve. Patton really read the return nicely. A couple of screaming passing shots, good angles. A huge amount Cash could do, and then there were just a couple of shots given up as an opportunity, and that was the break earlier on in the set. Both players playing well. Plenty of good stuff out on court here. Patton blinked in the first set, Cash in the second. Who will it be in the final one?
Match tiebreak, Cash to serve.
Just overran it a touch. Things are starting to unravel for Cash. He needs to keep a grip of this. So the game of Patton has just grown through this match in all areas. It started with the serve, finding his spots nicely. Plenty of service holds to love through that second set. Definitely more intensity about him and intent on his walk.
3-0, Patton. Patton.
So a great start for Patton. A couple of those missed volleys from Cash. That one was a lot more difficult than the previous. This final set tie though, just getting in his head a bit.
4-1, Patton.
That serve has just worked so well for him throughout this week.
Patton.
Move forward, keeping things simple. We're just seeing an awful lot of that sort of play. Serve out wide, first volley into the space, and not having to play a particularly complicated volley there. Setting things up well with the serve. Patton looking good here in the final set breaker. Advantage. Keeps serving the way he has been in the second set. Let's see how Cash will be able to turn this around. I'm sure he's going to try and make a push for it.
That's up.
Just trying to come up with from there.
Patton.
Very deep in the court. Inside out beforehand, aggressive shot, pretty tough from a couple of meters back there.
Patton.
There on that volley. In good position as well, so there wasn't a huge gap available for him to play. Just overplayed that ball. Again, just keeping Cash forced back behind the baseline. A couple of meters and having to scramble around. We've seen quite a lot of that since the second set started. Patton dictating with the lefty forehand. Cash just desperately trying to hang in. Closing in now, getting his first win of the week.
Patton.
Patton has gone down the tee on that ad side. He's used it wisely. It's been smart as well. He's just been leaning a little to the lefty swinger, which he's seen a bit more of. He's been very effective.
Patton.
Particularly happy with how this tiebreak has panned out. He's been able to produce plenty of match points now. Henry Patton. Now, finishing with a beautiful passing shot. It's a win on the board for Henry Patton. The first of the week for him. He will be very pleased with how that match went. Really growing from the start, getting better and better. Each set was an improvement on the last. If he can keep going, he will really produce some fabulous tennis through this week. Third set loss for Julian Cash of the week. So he's had some heartbreakers, but that final set tiebreak really did get away from him. He wasn't ever really in it. Get off to the quicker start did Cash, but Patton catching him up nicely. You can see there a very high first serve percentage for Cash. He only got broken once. Really is a big strength of his. He's moving it round well. A big difference between the second serve points, 114 for Patton to 5. Okay, there were more for Patton to play, of course, because his first serve percentage was lower. But just using that leftiness to jam Cash, and he just wasn't quite getting a good read on it. And it was a good performance overall from Patton. And nothing more important than getting the win in the bag. So the next match we will have for you here on court number 1 will be a women's match. The top seed, Harriet Dart, taking on Naomi Brody. Be up for you very shortly, just as they switch over, and we're going to have a switch around in the coaching box ourselves, and it will be Abigail Johnson to take you through that.
3 of Classic Week continues with an intriguing first ever matchup on court 1. Harriet Dart and Naomi Brodie have both been familiar faces on the British tennis scene over recent years, but this will be their first meeting on the singles court. British number 3 Dart is leading her group at the moment, but both of these players are yet to lose a match this week, so something has to give. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this one. Approaching the middle of the day on this third day of action at Classic Week, which features former champions here at St George's Hill over the past 5 weeks. Also those that have amassed enough points to qualify for a place, and some high-profile wild cards. Harriet Dart is one. Dart opting to receive there by the looks of things. Not an uncommon choice at the moment. Here at St George's Hill, indoor conditions, it's a fast-paced court. Both of these two will be looking to utilise that. Serve on her, 6'2", it's one of her weapons, so be hoping for a slow start from her opponent today. There we go then. Dart versus Brodie. And a lot of the players we've seen at St George's Hill so far have either been competing here at the same time, or they've actually come up against each other in the previous 5 weeks, but not the case for Brodie and Dart. Dart's been held back a little bit by a groin injury. It's good to see her back on court, but she hasn't been back in singles action for very long. In fact, when she faced Jodie Burrage at Battle of the Ritz Team Tennis less than 2 weeks ago, that was the first singles match that she'd played since the beginning of March. So still working off the rust, Harriet Dart, and getting back into the swing of things. But at the same time, has picked up 3 points on both occasions in her 2 singles matches so far, so not doing too badly. First match was 6-4, 7-5 over Freya Christie, and then yesterday 6-2, 7-6 over Sunay Kartal. Didn't have the best of times out there, Dart. She is such a great player, and she's become really solid over the past couple of years. I don't think she was fully convinced by her level that day, and so impressive from her to still get the win in straight sets. Not at her best level, but able to find the ways through all the same. It's difficult when you're up against opponents that you're unfamiliar with. Kartal ranked outside the top 1,000 and has been playing brilliantly here, but she's not an opponent that Dart will have been familiar with, so it takes a while to adjust to that. Naomi Brodie, meanwhile, is someone that she'll know pretty well. They were actually across the net from each other in doubles only recently. Brodie also yet to lose the match. She was herself actually pushed by Sunay Kartal in match 1. Went to a match tiebreak, and she was able to pick up the win. More straightforward yesterday against Emma with 6-2, 7-6 win for Brodie, but it got a little bit interesting at the back end. She looks at cruise control and wasn't able to get the double break in the bag, and Buffnott came storming back and got in ahead of it. So credit to Brodie for actually holding her nerve and maintaining her concentration to get that one done in 2 sets.
Right to the chair, Harriet Dart. Left of the chair, Naomi Brodie. Dart won the toss and chose to receive.
Confirmation there that Dart did indeed choose to receive to open this one. An interesting choice. See if she can get the early breakthrough.
One.
She's only played four singles matches in total now over the past few weeks. Harriet Dart, but she's used a lot in doubles at Battle of the Brits. She's a great doubles player. Career highlight of hers, making the mixed doubles semi-final at Wimbledon alongside Jacob, Olivia Brick.
Both
of these two very decent in the forecourt. Brody with his stature can block the space and minimize the options. I think both players here will be hoping to keep the points that little bit shorter. Conditions have been tough here. It's been really hot and stuffy in that room where the competition goes on. Naomi Brody at world number 497, but she has a marginally better career high ranking by fair few spots, to be fair. World number 76, which she achieved in March 2016. Not very much on the way up. She's made steady progression. So just inside 150 at the moment with a career high of 129. So two experienced players, two of the bigger names on court here at the UK Pro Series, and this is a big match in the context of their group because both of them are right up at the top of it at the moment. Going for it early, Harriet Dart, just deemed to have caught the sideline, that backhand. After yesterday's run around, she's going to try and keep this crisp. That's terrific from Dart. So fluid with her movement across the baseline. She had perfect timing on that backhand pass. Bought herself some time with the pickup on the forehand as well. Effortlessly done. And it is immediately 3 break points. Some breathing room, well handled on the return by Brody, high and deep. Wow, that's a great pickup. so awkward when that ball just drops over the net. Just had to scoop it under, keep light hands. Really well done by Brodie, and set up brilliantly as well with the forehand down the line. Darts level already forcing her to raise her own. That's 1 point too far. And this is why Harriet Dart opted to receive. It's the early breakthrough. She'll be well pleased with that. Some terrific quality from Naomi Brodie in there, but it came too late. Didn't help herself with the double fault that set her down the 3-point deficit. Ultimately, too big of a hole to scale out of. But a promising opening game. See both of them stepping up and going for their shots, and Dart with great placement using the width of the court. He just needs to stay focused and focus on getting the immediate break back here to stop any momentum at the beginning of this one. Well, that is an emphatic consolidation from Harriet Dart. Didn't let Brodie get a look in. She's come out to play today. Got to look to utilise her for a serve here, Brodie. Like that. It is so important to have that weapon, particularly in these conditions indoors. That's a fast court they're playing on. And if she can nail that first delivery, she's going to get some cheap points, and it's going to help her as far as the scoreboard goes. Applying pressure and keeping in touch. Came in quite fast and off Dart's hip a little bit, that return, left her in an uncomfortable position. Great hold from Naomi Brodie. I don't think we've seen many quicker this whole week. And that just goes to show why Dart opted to receive to open this one. You might look at it and think, wow, Brodie's got a huge serve. Why would you want to go up against that straight away? But it's that idea of trying to catch her while she's cold already here in game 3. She's got that first serve working. And Dart was just able to step up and capitalize while she was getting going in the opener. So she can maintain focus here, Dart. Could see her to the opening set, but it's still very early on. It becomes more of a mental battle the deeper we go. Wins on court 1 already today for Freya Christie. Got it done 6-2. Not, but it was a deceptive scoreline, closer than it suggests. And Henry Patton winning through in a match tiebreak over Julian Cash. So this is the third match of the day here. Of her own medicine. Oh, that's a great finish. Dart's athleticism, her movement. Not only can Dart rally so consistently from the back of the court, but she can move in and suddenly get onto the attack, get onto the front foot. Great hands. She's not going to struggle in the forecourt, Harriet Dart. There are the double skills coming to the fore. Even on the run, she has the balance and the composure just to finish off. To be flashy. Focus, the very quick service hold for Naomi Brodie, not getting in her head at all. The update on the matches over on court 2. It was a win for Alistair Gray to start the day over Anton Matusevic, and then Sine Cartel has been giving everyone a lot of problems. It's Harriet Dart she lost yesterday, Naomi Brodie the day before that. And then today, taking Eden Silva the distance. Silva ultimately coming out on top 10-5 in that match tiebreak. And big stuff. First 3 shots in a rally, so important, set the tone for the rest of the point. Go a long way to deciding who will come out on top, and that forehand from Brodie was driven deep through the short ball she was looking for. Quickly executed. jamming Dart on the return. These are smartly placed serves from Brodie. Short angle. What a way to close the door. Really comfortable now, Brodie. Unsurprising, given how much she's played at this event. This is her 7th week of tennis on the trot, I believe, for Brodie. She has got herself into a nice little rhythm. 4 of those previous weeks of action have come here at the UK Pro Series. Best result was a win in week 2, beat Emily Appleton twice on that occasion, once in the final. And she's always gone deep, Brodie. She's come third once and second on 2 occasions. Surprised to see her looking at ease in these conditions, and Dart will probably be grateful that she caught her out early on. But there's still a way to go in this set. She has to keep holding on to her own serve. It's really impressive in her last couple of service games. Return so early. Naomi Brodie stood right inside the baseline to take it on the rise. Proactivity behind that shot, getting the job done, moving in. Yeah, it's a smart serve from Dart, straight in at the body. Brodie had crept over slightly, I think maybe anticipating a wide serve, and didn't have the positioning around the shot. Slices, Dart. Interesting. As they came deeper to the baseline, they were more in her strike zone. Slice was successful previously when Brodie dropped it a bit shorter, and Dart had to think about adding the height, doing something a little bit different. That backhand up the line is brutal when she's in position for it. And Dart there on the run, just having to feed it back to her setter up for the winner. Point statement. Full credit to Naomi Brody. Broken to open this match, but didn't once flinch in the face of it. And she really made some points in that game, taking the returns so early on the second serve. It was a killer finish, and she's earned her reward, the break back. Leveling up in the middle of this first set. There's always going to be a long way to go. Get that positioning around the backhand at your peril. She'd stretched Dot right out there, spotted and seized the opportunity to move in. Finished off so steadily. Using the split step. Textbook. Such a resilient player, Harriet Dart. She's going to ask all those questions of Brody when she's not able to finish the point on her own terms. She'll keep bouncing back. Well, this is what she's got to do. Dart bite in and not give Brody a rhythm. Net cord helping her on this occasion. She'll take it. There's some serious depth and pace injected by Brody. Dart hanging so tough. That was just too much flung cross court. So good. The play at break point down from Naomi Brody was the definition of not holding back under pressure, and she finished off in style. Looking really zoned in out here, Naomi Brody, and sometimes when you've been playing so much, obviously there's going to be some fatigue. She will be feeling it a bit. But that kind of thing can help you just zone in and focus that much harder on what you're doing so that you're not focusing on any side effects or anything else. Looking pretty imperious these last few games. Half chance for Dart when the net cord won her the break point, but Brody got straight back to work, and that kind of mindset has got to be tough to go up against.
Time.
A backhand winner. She readjusted so quickly, Dart. Off the return, she'd been pushed right back behind the baseline, but sprang back behind her next shot. Kept that one so flat. It's going to be difficult for Brody to deal with it, even if she had anticipated it. Zone. The temptation is to really go for them, particularly against Harriet Dart, who doesn't give you much, who will seize hold of every opportunity. Missed the previous return, you can see there that it had an impact, because Dart feeling the need to put that little bit more on the second serve just to stop Brody getting on top of it. You're a power player and you've got that kind of mindset. You've just got to accept the fact that the misses come with the hits. So in your stride, just try and spread those misses out so that they don't affect you too greatly on the scoreboard. Great movement and court coverage once again from Dart. You could see strength in her legs. She got right down, knowing that that return would come low and fast. She was able to deal with it. From both players. We have seen a couple of breaks, but neither of them look willing to give anything at the moment. The same kind of look of focus and determination from the both of them as we head towards the business end. That just hung off the back of the baseline. Not holding anything back here, Brody. got to do, land that big first serve and just keep Dart moving. Don't let her get in position to execute. Stuff from Dart. So important to keep those passes low, particularly against Brodie, who's such a tall player. Send that ball into her strike zone and it's game over. Pulling her down. Question after question, Dart, and it's been good, clean hitting from Brodie. But if Dart can get enough balls back in play, it's one she might see her opponent breaking down. And it is a breakdown for a break point. Oh, that is some way to clinch the advantage. Scorched right down the line. Dart just staying so well balanced throughout that rally. Brodie potentially missing an opportunity to unbalance her by going back the same way, and Dart was so well in position. But there was nothing that she could do about that final blow. Brilliant stuff from Dart. A lot of players with Brodie striking in this kind of fashion could be struggling to see a way through, but they won't all have the athleticism of Harriet Dart, who's just springing back time and again behind the baseline. Doesn't let much get past her. And she breaks for the first time since the first game of the match to earn herself the opportunity to serve for this opening set.
Time.
Brodie just needs to keep her head down. There's still life in this set. She's shown that she can go toe to toe. It's not necessarily been errors that have let her down, but sometimes decision making during the points in terms of which direction she goes is very difficult because she's so well balanced and does that baseline so incredibly well. Smashing stuff. Seriously good. It's once again Brodie stepping in to take that second serve return so early. And it's so fast down the line, and that made the put away volley an easy job for her. First bit of real frustration we've heard from her, and the scoreboard and the position in the set will have a lot to say about that. see the damage that the backhand can do when it's in position, which is stretched out as a different story, particularly with it being a one-hander. You need a lot more control on that shot. Big hitting from Dart. Extra little injection of urgency. Knows the finish line is close in this set. It's never over till it's over. No mistakes. Go. Set point opportunities for Harriet Dart. Fantastic response from Brodie, opening up that court magnificently. Drilling deep off forehand and backhand, making life much easier for herself, drawing some softer balls from Dart. Still with one to save.
Again in first set, Dart. 6 games to 4.
Wrong footer got it done for Harriet Dart. First set in the bag. It was an impressive finish. Not thrown at all by that quality from Naomi Brodie to save the first set points. Solid stats, really all round. Pretty similar for both players, really. Dart just for more points, but most notably generating more break point opportunities, just getting that little bit closer. Brodie had some real quality in that first set, but not quite as consistent as Dart. It made the difference, but this one could still go all the way. They were pretty level throughout that opening set. It was just Dart that got the first breakthrough, and from time to time, if one of them was to pull ahead, it always seemed to be Dart that was getting a nose out in front. Great start to this match. Good level from both players. Into the second we go. Classic start. This is really good. Throughout this match so far, whatever's happened, Brodie hasn't really flinched. She's just committed to the game plan and acknowledged, I guess, that there will be the hits and the misses. She's just trying to take that in her stride. On that one just dropping it back into court. Injection of pace cross court from Dart. Seizing the time away from Brodie. On the stretch, she was pushed back, not able to do enough with that forehand. Big stuff from Dart. Brodie hasn't done a lot wrong here. Just a few more first serves, but in that rally, there was a lot more height, a lot more topspin on her ground strokes. They're a bit slower, and Dart spotted her opportunity there, just getting on top of the balls and cracking down to seize the advantage. Here we go. Early break point chance. Taken away.
start.
Depth of shot. Once again, great resilience, unwilling to let this one go. Cross-court backhand when she's in position is just lethal. She keeps it so flat in these indoor conditions. This court really fast traveling. Whips across and takes the time away. Dart well behind the baseline there. That final ball in her strike zone where she wants it when she's up at the net. Feeling the pressure here a bit, Naomi Brody. It's a lengthy game. She's down on the scoreboard. Back to back, double fault and ace. Not the first time we've seen that. It's quite a common occurrence, actually. Dart. Go of this one. So often we see the opening game of a set become a marathon going long, and it always becomes significant. It's a real momentum setter. Saw it earlier for Freya Christie. Won the lengthy opening game of her second set against Emily Arbuthnot, and then went on to claim the set 6-1. Win the opener as well, so a similar scenario for Dart right now. Finally, she gets across the line, just whipping that backhand quickly to take the time away from Brody. Brody may be left to regret taking the pace off on that approach, just giving Dart that little bit of extra time to line up and fire that one. It's in the past now, and it is the opening break for Dart. Brody having had those opportunities to get on the board, so she's carried herself well so far throughout this match, but that one is going to be a tough one to bounce back from. Dart having edged the first set and now having edged that game that really felt such a big one in the wider context of this match. Best Brody can hope for now is digging in early here. Got to remember that she also got broken to open the first set of this match and was able to bounce back just because she had such great focus. Kept her attention on what she was doing on her side of the net, ignored the scoreboard. Let up. And
Maybe having that extra bit of time on court yesterday has helped Dart out because, as we mentioned, she's only played 4 singles matches since the beginning of March, so extra match play is going to be beneficial. No mercy. Second serve returns. Really seeing her opportunities there and wasting no time to get on top of them. Did look wide from here. It's very difficult to make those judgment sounds on court. Indoor courts, the light kind of glares off the surface. Good response though, she wasn't sure on that one. Not to let anything distract her right now. A single lapse in concentration and you feel that Brodie could seize hold and get back into this. Wow, she's making so many statements here, Brodie. This is what you get if you throw a second serve at me. Serious firepower and great control on the drive as well. That swing volley, so easy to miss time and miss cue, but she controlled it effortlessly on that occasion. Not that time. Part and parcel of the game style. See it from Serena Williams herself. Always looking to get on top of those returns. And you're not always going to make them. Interesting miss. Seem to have done the hard work there, Dart. Once again, strength in her legs, getting down to absorb the pace from Brodie. Short ball as a result. Just didn't quite have the timing. has a big game to come through. Having got the lengthy opening game of the set in her pocket, was then put under some immediate pressure. It was the perfect opportunity for Brodie to jump in and stall the momentum that was building. Dart showcasing her ability not to go away. Great sense of timing. On the whole, I think Dart doing really well to manage the pace of Brodie. Results here so far are all the more impressive when you consider that the majority of players here have had at least a couple of weeks in these conditions to get used to them. No stopping that. But Dart herself, a wild card here, and the handful of matches that she has played since returning from the injury and indeed from lockdown have largely been played outdoors, so these are different conditions for her, and she's easing into them nicely now. That's where you can read the scoreboard from the reaction. 30 love up in the game. Brodie was still so frustrated with herself over that miss. You can sense her position in the match overall, it would seem. Oh, that's strange. Dart putting her under some real pressure. Great scrambling at the back, quick on her feet. But Brodie was still in the point-winning position, even though she hadn't got it done with that flatter backhand. Should have been a nicely put away volley for her. And Dart getting ahead a bit, I think. And also her position in the match. Brodie right now, it's important to focus on the positives. She really hasn't been playing badly at all for much of this match. It's been a great level from both players. But it's got to be frustrating that despite that, she's on the wrong side of this one at the moment. But look beneath the scoreboard to the actual tennis that she's produced. So consistent from Dart. On the other side of things, she's committed to working the point out. She nailed the corner previously. Might have expected to force an error, but the ball came back and she dealt with what came. Great balance. So once again, few ways through Harriet Dart, and another precarious position for Naomi Brodie on serve. Taken to deuce. Nicely done. No mistakes on this occasion. Nice touch, keeping it short, just to be on the safe side. I mean, Dart well off the court there, so even her quick feet weren't going to get her back in that one, but just to make sure, keeping it close to the net. Great game to wrap up and get under her belts. Had that one gone the way of Dart, you did feel that as 50-50 as the level has felt at times, it would have raced away in her favour because Dart has just been so focused. She's been seizing all the big moments in this one. But Brodie stays in touch, as she did at the beginning of the first set, and ultimately was able to get back on serve. So Dart is by no means home dry. Would love to get this done in straights, though. Obviously every set counts because of the format here. 2 groups of 6 players. You play each player in your group, and the points on offer are 3 for a straight sets win, 2 for a win via a match tie break, and 1 if you claim a set, even if you lose. So Dart so far has had the perfect 6 points, courtesy of the 2 straight sets wins. Really comfortable out here, Dart. And yeah, she wasn't as pleased as she could have been with her performance yesterday, but that's the great thing about this event. Whether you lose or whether you squeak through a win and you're not entirely happy, you get to come out the next day, take those frustrations, take those things that you've learned and put them into practice. And we're seeing a very focused and determined Harriet Dart out here today. British number 3, Brodie the current British number 8. They're the top 2 players by ranking in their group. Oh, wow, great finish. Brodie's turn to go on the scramble. Got some nice deep slices in there, but they haven't really troubled Dart. She's just stayed low over them. And that was a really nice touch to finish, taking Brodie by surprise as she stayed behind the baseline. In contrast, those shorter slices have been slightly more effective for Brodie. We've just seen them once or twice on the return. And Dart, without any rhythm, right off the back of the serve, has overhit on both occasions, but Brodie understandably going for the clean winner off the return more often than not, so I haven't seen as many. Another game in the bag then for Dart. She did have the 3-1 advantage in the previous set. It was pegged back to 3-all, 4-3 down. It's a different scenario this time around. It's the second set. She's up a set, and that win is within touching distance. find a ton of unforced errors from Naomi Brody, but each one is amplified when you're down on the scoreboard and you feel it that bit more.
Ready, 50.
That's nicely done. Doesn't miss much when she has that backhand in the forecourt. Has the positioning around it. Makes it look easy.
That one all right?
Ooh. Interesting call there. That one deemed to have caught the line. But she does wrap that one up, Naomi Brody. Stays in touch, keeps the pressure on. Gives Harriet Dart a little bit to think about. But Dart at this point just needs to focus on herself and her own side of the net. If she keeps going about things the way she has done, then this should be a straight sets win, nicely wrapped up, which would be a great thing for her given the quality that Brody's really brought to the fore at times. Still to come today on court one. Got another men's match up next. Ryan Peniston taking on Arthur Ferry, who's been in pretty decent form over the past few weeks. As is Jodie Burridge, who'll be following that one up against Sarah Beth Gray, who will be looking to bounce back from the loss last night. And to round off, Liam Brody taking on Billy Harris. Brody, Naomi's brother, and actually the only player present across the whole event to have won the title without dropping a set, so it's a stat to be pleased with. Billy Harris, as opponent, the only player to have contested every single week, so he's got to be feeling it by now. That's really impressive commitments. Some way to start the game. Really got to stay present and focused right now, Brody, so she might not realize that this is the point at which she broke in the last set. If she does, it's something to draw confidence and inspiration from. Effortless control from Harriet Dart. And this levelness that she's displayed on court is so impressive because Brody is fired some scorching winners at times. She hasn't once blinked, Dart. She's just kept going about her business. So good. The depth bringing up the short ball. And she seems to have all the time in the world on that final forehand, all the side steps to get around it. Could have sent it any way she wanted to. She adjusted quickly behind the second serve. Dart knew the return was going to come in fast, but she's injecting some serious pace and utilizing the conditions, Brodie. She literally just can't afford second serves right now. Brodie is crushing them like they're the simplest task in the world. Clearly came out here knowing that this is where she's going to pick up some cheap points and potentially generate some openings. 40-15 lead quickly evaporated. Just catching it. That just tells you about where she's at mentally. Dart, Brodie pushing. The Dart herself not willing to hold back. Magnificent from the back foot. It was the slice down the sideline that did the job. It was so sharp. I've been pummeling those off forehands. A great turnaround from Brodie. So sharp. She was quick to capitalize on what she'd done with the slice and the finishing shot that just hit off the back of the court. Really impressive. Well, you can understand the double fault, the way that Naomi Brody has been crushing these second serve returns. She just couldn't afford to put it in a little bit extra on it. Deja vu, not just with the second serve return, which Brody is drilling like nobody's business, but also with the scoreline, as in the first set. She breaks to get back level for 3-all. Great focus here from Brody and great approach, committing to her game plan. And a forehand and backhand alike, just pummeling those second serves. It's interesting to see that miss from Brody straight off the back of leveling things up. First point of the game, so important, sets the tone. And the winning continues for Harriet Dart. It was all in the placement on that particular shot. Brody had her off the court, and still she makes the connection to find the space. Hadn't fully recovered to block the opening. She took advantage.
15.
Essentially stretching her opponent out there. Having got herself in a little bit of trouble here, Brody. And it's a big few moments for Dart. She wants to stop any kind of momentum and confidence that might be building for the British number 8. It's huge stuff. The off forehand went flying, and she didn't break stride as she lets him to finish things off. Lined up and put it away. Great positive energy from Dart, despite having been broken back. She's just got straight back to business. Really good finish. The spin on the slice, dragging Dart out to the side, and then Dart actually had recovered and was already heading off to the other side of the court. So good from Brody not to let that distract her. Just focused on putting the ball down. Still a break point to save though. Just won't go away. It's one of her best qualities. And straight off the back of Naomi Brody getting back on serve, Dart once again clinches the breakthrough. So we have left now the pattern of the first set. And it is Dart that, after this changeover, will serve to consolidate the advantage safely back in her grasp. This match so far, she can be really pleased with her focus and her commitment. Great opportunity for her this week, just getting those extra matches under her belt. Not sure when she'll be back to competing internationally, but these last few weeks have been really beneficial. And she herself was beneficial to English Bulldogs on their way to the victory at Battle of the Brits Team Tennis. Of the 5 doubles matches that she competed in, she won 4 of those. Only loss was to Jamie Murray and Heather Watson, who she'd already beaten earlier in the week alongside Joe Salisbury. Telltale reaction from Brody, who has on the whole managed to keep it reined in throughout this one. Getting to the business end, there's not as much time to play with. Not as much space for misses like that one. Fractional, but still a miss. Needs to take a deep breath and keep taking this point by point. Dart making sure not to miss any first serves now. That one was well nailed out wide, opening up the space for the easy put away. Come on! Well, that is some way to get the hold on the board. All round, really impressively dealt with by Dart. And she does move 1 game away from getting a 3rd win in 3 days. Huge moments now for Naomi Brody. Afford to get too far ahead of herself here. There's only what's in front of her, so all the focus and attention needs to be on every point now. Just get this hold on the board, and then it's a different mental situation for Dart stepping up to serve for the win. shame. Double fault on the brink of a love hold, which would have been quite the statement heading into potentially the final change of ends. Does keep Dart alive in this game, but I much prefer to break for it, not go through the hassle of seeing if you can serve it out. Drilling deep, Harriet Dart. Keeping that ball so close to the line on the approach. Making sure that she didn't inject any pace into that. She was stretched right out. Oh, super skills. She was on the run-up as well, Brodie. Wouldn't have been easy to hold her position there, but demonstrating once again the great hands that she can utilise in the forecourt. So cute on the angle. That is some way to close the game. It got precarious. That double fault that seemed like it wouldn't do much damage. A 40 love. Almost proving her undoing, but she does it. She gets the hold on the board, and she asks the question of Harriet Dart, who will serve for the win when we resume. Looking for the full 3 points on offer that come with a straight sets win here. If she can get them, the position will look really strong heading into the back end of the round robin play. The round robin stage of the tournament played across days 1 to 5. Days 6 and 7 will be the playoff matches in the final. The back of the baseline, Brodie. Wasn't sure for a moment there. That's really great stretch from her. She had to cover the full length of the baseline there. Just let the pace from Dart bounce off the racket strings. What an opening to the game. Very much alive and kicking in this match. To go all out in this potentially final game. She might just have applied the pressure. Double fault from Dart. We could mention it's a different head game compared to the other service games that she stepped up and held. Looking to try and finish things off, but knowing that Brodie has brought a high level to this clash, still turn things around. If she levels up here, it would go to a match tiebreak. So she's not looking at an impossible mountain to climb here by any stretch, Brodie. the serve was long on that occasion. And that's the umpire's call. Those return misses, as we've said, they will come, but it's about when they come. And at the back end of this match, they might just prove a little bit more costly. Love 30 lead evaporated. It was a huge moment. It was going to be a match point or a break point, and it goes the way of Brodie. Dart just off balance enough. Hasn't missed that much from this position on the court, moving in. Calmly responded. That's such an important aspect of any player's game. So often it's the differentiating factor in the rankings, the way you respond to situations, the focus. It's extremely cool from Harriet Dart. Does generate a match point opportunity. Great commitment to the cause from Harriet Dart, moving in, getting the ball on the forehand, dictating. Never over till it's over. Has to close this one out. Sends the finish line, a little too eager to get across it. Going for a fraction too much. Once again, doesn't let it put her off. It was the right play when she missed previously. And the commitment from Dart is really great to see. Doing everything to stop Brodie from taking it to her. Here's another chance to close. Oh, the deep slice. Doing the damage this time. Forcing Dart right back. Be third time the charm. Dart a lot more vocal in these recent moments, trying to fire herself up to take that last step. Finished in style by Harriet Dart.
She says still on 6-4, 6-4.
Gets it done in straight sets and picks up the full 3 points on offer. She should be pleased with that result. Naomi Brody brought some serious quality to court 1 today, and some ripping return winners that could have got in Dart's head, but she didn't let them. Stayed focused on her own side of the net and what she was capable of. Just did enough to win the day. And she will head into the penultimate day of round robin action undefeated, and not just undefeated, but yet to drop a set. That's really strong stuff from Dart today. Having a look here at the final stats, pretty solid all rounds. On the break points, you can see that Dart did have many more opportunities and was stepping up, and the important thing for her is that she didn't let the misses put her off, because they did come. And she just kept going back and getting back to work, putting as many balls in play as possible, and great timing from her, picking her moments to move in and impose herself on the court. Really great match here on court 1, very entertaining. Players raising their level to push each other. And Dart comes through on this occasion. So 3 matches down. 3 matches still to come on court 1 today, and the next of those will be Ryan Peniston taking on Arthur Ferry. Naomi Cavaday to guide you through that encounter.
A little change in the commentary box. Abigail's gone off for her well-earned lunch. A little bit delayed, but I'm sure she's very hungry. And we will be bringing you this next match here between Ryan Peniston and Arthur Ferry. Let's get the contest underway. Really intriguing match, this. I think you probably put both of them in the category of sort of up-and-comers. But Peniston just a little bit ahead in his journey. Ferry just really getting things kicked off. Peniston on the left. Established through the ITF circuit, looking to progress a little further up through the challenges now. He's started at that level. Hopefully make his way on to the ATP Tour. That's the plan anyway. Let's take a look at Arthur Ferry first up. He's 18 years old. You can see there, he's playing mainly in the juniors. He's ranking outside 1,000 there, but definitely plays to a better level than that. It just takes a little bit of time to get going when it comes to the futures and ITF circuit, but of course a very well established junior. Finished 2019, ranked 36 in the juniors. Still in the juniors technically. As I say, he's only 18, so he's got one more year, but he did go from 36 at the beginning of the year to 12 after the semi-final run at the Australian Open doubles, and he won a Grade 1 event in Russia just before lockdown squeezes that one in. Pressing for the top 10. Difficult for him. It is his final year as a junior, and was hoping to really make a push when it comes to the Grand Slams, but seems to have evaporated. US Open already confirming that the juniors will not be taking place. So just a couple of Grand Slams since the Australian Open has Ferry. So Ryan Peniston, a little bit older, 24 years old, but that's still a young age nowadays in terms of breaking through to the top 100. Is getting later and later. He did spend some time at college. You can see there, career high ranking of 359. He's not far off it right now. It was a fantastic 2019 for Ryan. Moved his ranking from 675 to 366.
2 minutes.
Slashing that in half. So that is a fantastic effort for him. Really starting to get things going. Won his first professional title last year. That was in Cancun. Wimbledon qualifying, so some real highlights, and it's always good just to get those bits in because they're just so motivating, those sorts of achievements. Smith on the chair for this one. I'm sure Peniston is just as determined as ever to keep progressing after a year like that. It's all tantalisingly close now. Still a lot of work to do. There is a big difference in the rankings between sort of 350 to 100, but you've got to just go up step by step. There's no fast tracking, and he is learning an awful lot, and he's pretty confident that he can hang tough with the big guys.
One minute.
We are going back into Box B here at the men's event. Third day of week 6 of the UK Pro Series here in St George's Hill. We're going to look at the results this week. Peniston had a couple of wins on the board, so looking fairly good. Not all straight sets. First one was straight sets over Henry Patton. And then he had a very tight encounter yesterday over Julian Cash, 14-12 in the final set tiebreak, and that was important because the final set breakers have not been going Peniston's way of late in various competitions. So to just squeak that one over Cash would have been a big boost for him. Arthur Ferry in your shot. Took a strong win on the first day over Luke Johnson, 5 in love. And then he lost out to James Ward yesterday, 6-2. But of course, very experienced James Ward, former top 100 player. So good for him to have a crack at him. And this one will be good for him to have a crack at as well. Ryan Peniston, as I mentioned, definitely established on the ITF circuit, has moved up really nicely inside the top 400. And let's see where Ferry is at with his game. Penniston to kick things off.
First set, Ryan Penniston to serve.
Look at this lefty serve. Good movement.
15-0.
It's quick around the court. Penniston, fabulous athlete. Started off the year on the Challenger circuit. As I mentioned, he worked his way through the futures. ITF circuit now. Some Challengers. One around in Drummondville, over step side. Drummondville, Calgary, Canada to kick off with. They went to Indian Wells. Not for the main event, but for the Challenger that's on before that tournament, and very, very quickly lockdown came in, and it was everybody put yourself back home. Found the sideline there, beautiful backhand down the line. So didn't try and put too much pace on it, just knew he had the accuracy. As the domestic events have got going, post-lockdown, Penniston's been playing pretty much as he possibly can. Part of the first Battle of the Brits, and then singles event.
14-15.
Set break, there's 3 of those there. Can't play the Pro Series. Before taking part in the mixed event Battle of the Brits, and that was more of the same, I'm afraid, when it comes to that final set tie break for Penniston.
Game, Penniston.
So a good start here, comfortable hold for him, looking to push forward. As I mentioned, really changing things around when he got that win over Julian Cash yesterday, 14-12. So that will just change the mentality if he does find himself in a final set breaker. But of course, he'll be looking to avoid that if at all possible. Serve here. Playing the futures, that's the first step in terms of the pros. Very good for those tournaments before lockdown came in. Since then, he's really made his presence felt in the tournaments that he had played. Some British tours, taking some titles.
Arthur Ferry to serve. 15 love. Love.
Very weeks 1 and 3 of the British Tours, as well as week 1 here at the UK Pro Series, beating Luke Johnson in the final. 10-8 in that final set. We've seen so many match tie breaks, just showing how tight all of this competition is.
30-15.
Did pop over to France for a little bit, but wanted to get back to play and compete in this week. And he's got plans to head to University of Stanford this fall.
Virgil. T40. Yes.
Calmly done by Ferry there, looking confident in that front section of the court. Does live in Wimbledon, so not too far away from where we are here in Weybridge. Seems that the thunderstorms we were expecting have arrived. Background. That's what Ferry's just waiting for, I think. Might get a few more rumbles as this match goes on, but I think most people, even those who enjoy the heat, are hoping that storms clear things up just a little bit. Pretty muggy out there today and in here. Oh, it was set up well by the return there from Peniston, putting Ferry under pressure. I don't think he was expecting it. Got a little off guard. A couple of simple volleys into the space means Peniston's got himself a look at a break here. Save it. He did say that he was a little bit disappointed by his third round effort in the singles at the Australian Open Juniors, so he was happy that he managed to reach the semi-finals of the doubles. So the furthest he's ever gone to play. He wanted to make the most of it, and hopefully he'll be able to take part in Roland Garros week's time if the junior event still goes ahead there. I mean, they are planning on doing that. Pulled that one just a little keen. You could see he was trying to come forward, but he moved just before he'd finished his shot and ended up pulling the shoulders round. himself there, so got to fend off another break point here.
Youth.
Just keeping it steady. He's also had the opportunity to practice a little bit with the likes of Liam Brody and Kyle Edmund. Forced breaks, so learning a lot from their level and intensity. He's been involved in the Battle of the Brits mixed event with both of those players, so some time with them as well.
Advantage Ferry.
It's just gone long, so Ferry comes out of that game safely. You could just see there, he went for the kick serve out wide, but of course playing a lefty, got to be careful there. So he get a good strike on it, so he just needs to watch that. Got to do that time. So level up at 1-1. Yeah, for Peniston, we've seen some fabulous tennis from him through the weeks, whether it's been here at the Pro Series or Battle of the Brits. He's had a couple of big run-outs against Kyle Edmund, Cam Norrie, a couple of top 100 players there. He played back-to-back 2 days in a row, and he did manage to take a set off both of them, really pushing them all the way to the edge, narrowly losing in that final set. Great for him to have that sort of confidence boost, even though I know it was a bit of a heartbreaker at the time for him. College, because Ferry is going to be heading to Stanford. Ryan Peniston, he was a Tiger at the University of Memphis for a few years. He helped him progress and grow into his game and become the fantastic athlete that he is right now. Originally from Great Wakering in Essex. Peniston's best result here at the Pro Series came third in week 5 just last week, and a wild card into this final week. The higher ranked players around. In this box, which is box B, Peniston is the second seed, essentially. James Ward, number 1. Also have Luke Johnson, as well as Arthur here. Julian Cash and Henry Patton. All round, there are no easy matches here.
30 all.
Yeah, nicely taken. Getting very close to the net there, Peniston. Just a knife through that backhand volley. Again, just not doing too much on the approach, just keeping very back in the court. Maybe we'd have time to cover the volley.
Second serve.
Did well off the return, Ferry, but Peniston wise to it. It's tough off that lefty serve. Even if you get a good return in, you've got so much ground to cover, and Ferry not able to get anywhere close to that one. So Peniston happy to come through that game. Up 2-1. So lots of action to come for you here on court number 1. The next match will be Jodie Burridge against Beth Gray. And the final match of the day here on court 1, a men's match, Liam Brody against Billy Harris. Over on court number 2, Emma Raducanu against Emily Appleton. That's just kicked off. That will be followed by James Ward against Luke Johnson. And finally with Elise Maloney against Nadia Rawson. Peniston looking to go 3 from 3 here if he takes this win. Did drop that set against Julian Cash yesterday. Ferry 1 win on the board and 1 loss.
Let's first serve.
It's been a pretty tidy start for both, actually. Executing the serve, first strike, coming forward nicely. Neither one has really had too much to look at. Peniston did earn himself some break points in the previous Ferry service game. That's a good injection of pace there. Dictating play from the middle of the court, like a really easy backhand, but the ball really zipping off the strings.
Ferry.
That one just getting away from him. So a comfortable hold for Ferry. He is heading out to college soon enough. Still has his eyes on being a professional, of course. He's been top 10 junior, so wants to give it a good crack. So whenever he feels ready, he might be able to take a break, go and play some of the pro tournaments. Would have been good for him to have got a good chunk in before heading out there shortly this year, but of course not to be, as everything got shut down.
Love 15.
Good aggression on that serve, taking it very early. He's frustrated with that one. He read it nicely. He was there behind it. It wasn't the most accurate lefty swinger. Just unable to find the return he was looking for. Yeah, that one just curling into that right shoulder. Difficult to lean out of the way. Don't have much time to react, and with Ferry trying to take it early up at the baseline, it's difficult to get out of the way. Oh, well, Peniston trying to go for the similar sort of serve, this time on the ad side into that right shoulder, but very able to just take one step and lean and then pull that on the inside in. So learning from the shot before.
T40.
Oh, he's done so well there. Break point down. It was a brave move forward because it wasn't the most precise approach shot. Central down the court, but Ferry couldn't capitalise. Well, not getting it right there, Peniston. And offering up another opportunity now. Second break point chance for Ferry. Yeah, he read it well. He could see what Ferry was lining up. He was already over in that corner waiting for the forehand, just guiding it down the line. Again, saved well. Tough to return that lefty swing if you're going to be that accurate. See the amount of bend, and Ferry actually had to contact that ball on the other side of the court over the centre line. Had to tough that one out.
Peniston leads 3-2.
Peniston does manage to come through that service game safely enough. Just a little bit of a stretch going on in that left shoulder, so he's clearly not feeling entirely comfortable on the serve. He's overhead. Yeah, another bit of a stretch out there for Peniston, so we just have to pay attention to that, see if he keeps the pace and zip on that serve as this match progresses. You've got to credit what Peniston's been able to do in the past couple of years since he's come out of college, got his head down. He's been grafting, been learning really well, and so much of it is about that. Your opponents are going to teach you a lot when you're out on the court. They will tell you when it's not good enough. They will tell you when it's not intense enough. It's about how much information you take from each one of those matches. And Peniston, as I mentioned, he slashed his ranking nearly in half in 2019, and a lot of that to do with just soaking up all the information possible at every tournament. Moved through the futures level, then onto the ITF circuit. Now looking at the challengers, that's just one step below the ATP Tour. If you become a successful challenger player and you manage to pick up a few titles in a year, that can see you into the top 100. That serve all wrong there, Ferry, just dropping it down. You can see where it's stuck in the net. Not sure if you can hear it, but a couple of rumbles of thunder, and there's some heavy rain now on the top of this building. Change from the scorched heat. We were told the thunderstorms would be coming at 4 p.m. It's about turned up around 3:30, so a little bit early.
15-all. T15.
Arthur says he's inspired by the likes of Nick Kyrgios and Monfils, those that really enjoy their tennis and provide incredible entertainment for crowd and viewers at home. Hasn't necessarily taken a lot of their game and their shots into his own game style.
15.
Losing patience on that last shot. Good to see that he really appreciates that they are two of the best for putting bums on seats. And hopefully it won't be too long before we get to see them out in action.
Game 3.
We'll be able to see them at the US Open, both of them not on the list. He's hoping to start off on the clay in Europe. Already got the WTA Tour underway. ATP just waiting a little bit before kicks off with the Cincinnati event being held in New York. It'll start in just over a week's time. Saw that very early, just knew it was going to curl into the backhand side. Short swing inside the baseline, and again not going for too much pace because he knew that he had the body momentum in the back of the ball to really make sure the shot went deep and precise. After Cincinnati, everybody will be heading to New York for the US Open. Plenty of Brits out in action, of course. Shame for Arthur Ferry, who won't be able to play in the junior event there.
15 all.
Again, trying the same thing off that second serve, trying to take it early and come to the net. Maybe just rushed himself a touch there, too keen. Keeping things simple, lefty swinger out wide and then the forehand into the space. Just going a little long. Don't think Ferry caught that quite right. Got away from him. So no breaks of serve so far here in this match. The serve dictating play. Been a couple of opportunities, but on the whole, both players being fairly stingy. Peniston is up 4-3. Some more action to come from here for the rest of the week. Round robin stages until Friday. Everyone will be in action every day, all the way until through to the end of Sunday, that is, which will be the finals day. But we'll also have all of the playoff places. Players really are appreciative of being able to get out on the court and playing so many matches. There will be a lot of nations where their players just have not been able to do anything like this. They'll be heading back into the international circuit pretty underdone. So one of the benefits, one of the many benefits that will come out of these sorts of events is that our Brits will be ready to go. So following along here, I'm sure you'll forgive them wherever they travel to next. Seems like players like this, Penistone, Ferry, both played an awful lot of matches, should be able to hit the ground running.
Love.
Ooh.
15 all.
Found that one. Not much of a reaction. Oh yes. Two big winners in a row from Penistone, looking to make a move here. Maybe just a touch passive from Ferry. Quite getting Penistone on the back foot. That was the short ball that came. Penistone so precise. Nice little change up, that's smart. Penistone just caught a little flat-footed there. Looking to penetrate off that or into the forehand side of Ferry. And the error coming. He's too chuffed about that because it does mean he's going to face down a break point here. Yeah, it was good hitting, but the approach to the net was not followed by a good close from Ferry, and he left a big gap down the line. Did manage to pick it up in the end. He was vulnerable. All he could do was just drop it short and hip height. Penistone with a relatively easy finish in the end, but a lot of that game, that break coming because Penistone really putting the pressure on. Just going to crank things up now as this match goes on. That's the experience. Here he is now serving for the first day. Just a little
Left
wide.
15.
Got to be careful, Peniston, on the second serve. He is getting put under pressure quite frequently from Ferry. He's taking it early. Looking to serve out this set comfortably, I think. Trying not to start on the first serves. And that is exactly what he needs to be careful of. He has been getting hold of them nicely. And a good response here from the 18-year-old. That time, trying to do the same thing. That one just jumped up a little higher. You could see it was almost head height for him, so more uncomfortable to try and lean through the back of that one and to generate a bit of pace that way. That's what he was looking for. Just about. Maybe didn't need to be quite that close. Ferry just stare down at the mark, catching a chunk of the line. But as it is Peniston who has himself a set point. First set in the bag for Ryan Peniston. It was a pretty tidy performance, to be honest. It started off well. It was clinical, it was simple, good execution from Peniston, and he just started ramping things up there, just upping the intensity when he was looking to break Ferry. A couple of great winners stringing those together to get himself up in the game. And he is the one who manages to break through. So 6-3 the first set. Peniston significantly higher ranked, more experienced than Ferry, just showing that in the latter stages there. It's been quite a calm performance from both. Haven't really seen too much energy or outburst in terms of the attitude. Both of these players getting along with it brilliantly. Arthur Ferry's talked about how he's doing a lot of meditation and breathing exercises, so he's a pretty cool customer. But he's going to have to come up with something.
Time.
He was in that set. Just let it slip away there. We'll be looking to turn this one around. Early stages of the second will be crucial for Ferry. Penniston, he'll be looking for more of the same. Just keep slowly turning the dial, just trying to increase the pressure, the intensity. But so far, so good.
Second set, Ferry to serve. Love 15.
Just beaten for pace there. Penniston, much like Ferry, trying to take the returns right up on the baseline. Playing on pretty quick courts here, inside with the warm conditions, so balls are zipping around.
30-15.
Done. The little counter to that is that we're using Slazenger balls, so they're a little more on the heavier end of. They have been roughing up, and players have been having the longer rallies, so just slow things down a touch. It doesn't get too out of control. Put fast balls and fast courts together. It's pretty rapid. Oh, well, Ferry thought he'd done enough on the drop shot, but he got found out a little bit because he didn't quite close down the net well enough, possibly just didn't anticipate Penniston doing so well of it. Had to reset and then decided he's had enough for this rally. Let's just fire away that forehand, thank you. So a good response from Ferry, nice start there.
First game, second set.
In the second set, he has done a lot of good work. It was only one break in the first, so there isn't a huge amount between the two. It just stops momentum as well, because it was 3 games in a row for Penniston. Conditions here today just a touch more comfortable than we've had the past couple of days. You can still see it is hot and sticky in these indoor courts. It's hot and sticky outside. There's no getting away from it. But definitely not quite as extreme as it has been the past couple of days. Some of you might be wondering why we're playing indoors when we've had such brilliant weather, but I can tell you it has been absolutely chucking it down for the last half an hour. Pretty happy we are playing indoors.
Good luck.
Really is doing well taking the return early. Okay, he's sprayed a couple where he's just looked a little rushed, but he's got it right. Penniston's been in a bit of trouble.
30-15.
There's a play often used, particularly against lefties, just sticking up to that baseline, because you do feel just the threat of how much ground you've got to cover as a returner. That lefty swinger away from you, especially if they can flatten it off really well. There's so much space. You need to be ready to get behind. Of course, the further up the court you go, the
14-15.
smaller that space gets. So it does have its benefits, but as you see there, another one just pretty rushed from Ferry, getting it all wrong.
T30.
He doesn't seem too phased by what's happening at the end of the court, though. Ferry is able to, as I say, time the ball nicely, take things early, and has been causing some problems. Just hasn't quite converted into a real threat in terms of the scoreboard yet. Not quite. But he does just need to watch it, because if Ferry continues to find a good rhythm on it, then it's that little run together. Pressure on, look to make a move.
Advantage Peniston.
Comes through that game nicely, Peniston. Just a few too many return errors from Ferry when he did have a clean hit on the ball. He's been talking about how he's staying so tight to that baseline. He does look a little rushed. When he gets it right, it's good, but maybe worth just adjusting the positioning occasionally, so dropping back for a couple, and then maybe when feeling like he's got his range in, then just stepping up. Only talking about a step, just to give him that little bit of room, because he's struggled to get through his swing properly.
Love. Fifty-no.
Ferry mixing in the back behind shot there. So at least it was going into the space. Checked back fairly well, but way off balance for that final shot. Couldn't quite get there. It's twice. And the players will be, of course, very happy with the fact that they've had this structure this tournament, to be able to take part in 7 days and 7 matches over 6 weeks. It's been a huge amount. We'll be taking a look at Billy Harris later on today. He's looking to complete the 42 matches in 42 days, so maxing out here at the Pro Series.
Ferry. Ferry leads 2 games to 1.
Early stage of the second set, just got a little bit choppy here. Some unreturned serves into play. Ferry just keeps his nose in front. On serve, 2-1. Andy Murray's coach, Jamie Delgado, has been a big part of putting this event on. Everything, all of the feedback, everything that I've heard has been incredibly positive in terms of the players, the experience that they've had. Yeah, it's a bit different. No players' lounge, no hanging around. Come, get your job done and go. They're just so happy to be out on the court. 60 players, 60 players have appeared across the 5 weeks. And as I've mentioned many times through this week, the benefit to British tennis is absolutely huge. Beautiful pass down the line there. It was an early return from Ferry once again and a push forwards to the net. Maybe didn't do enough with it. Just allowed Peniston to get a good grip of the ball and started pushing Ferry around. Tried to approach the net for a second time in that point. Didn't manage to get much close, so a few gaps available for Peniston to pick. It's a late decision to come forward, and it turned out to be far too late. Featherstone saw it, kept the ball down low off this slice. It's too tough to dig that one out there for Peniston. players on the whole really getting on with business, getting the job done. Saw that one break in the first set where Peniston just ramped it up and fired in a couple of glorious winners. Other than that, very much favourable to the server.
Game Peniston.
We'll wrap that one up.
2 games all.
In the first set, didn't really feel like we were going to get a breakthrough on either side, and then, as I say, out of nowhere, a couple of cracking points from Peniston to get himself up in that game. It's a similar feel here in the second set.
15 love.
Whether one of these players just be able to up their level in a return game, catch a few returns right, and have a look. We'll have to see. If not, we'll end up in a tie break.
Love.
Oh, yes. You could see what Peniston was trying to do, just give it a little bit more height so it was up too high on the backhand, but Ferry skipping forward, taking it early so it didn't get up that high. And a sweet strike down the line. So we're still rolling with serve here in the second set.
Ferry leads 3 games to 2.
Ferry up 3-2 now. Results in the other men's matches of the day so far. 3 completed. Alistair Gray took a win in straight sets over Anton Matusevic. Gray's been playing through the last few weeks. Henry Patton came through in the third set breaker against Julian Cash, and Dan Cox coming through 3-2 against Mark Whitehouse. This one moving towards its conclusion, and then we've got 2 more men's matches to come. James Ward against Luke Johnson, Liam Brody against Billy Harris.
Fine. Love. Love. 30-15.
Oh, Ferry was all over the net there, and he can't believe that the final shot he messed up. Great defensive work. See, just pure reactions there. Oh, come on.
3 games all.
Going for broke out in the corner, and that has got to be as hard as he could possibly hit his forehand. How about that? Things starting to ramp up once again. This is what we saw in the first set. Keeping things steady and then working their way in.
15 love.
Very looking casual there on that volley. Just as the intensity builds with the scoreboard, just feels like so is the energy from the players.
Love.
I said things were ramping up. A fabulous run of play there. Hands on the drop shot from Ferry. Once again, fairly casual looking, as if he does it every day of the week. Almost unnecessarily good, that drop volley.
40 love.
It's almost that huge forehand from Peniston, and it's just fired him up a bit here, just up to his level. It's building nicely.
Game 3.
Well, that has got to be a near perfect game for Arthur Ferry, keeping his nose in front. I think maybe he could just sense Peniston just starting to up the ante, and saying, nope, on my serve, having things my way. And a hold to love, and he's up 4-3.
Time.
So the level building from both players here, good improvements past couple of games. Really have worked their way into this match. Don't get an awful lot from them in terms of they're doing vocally, anything that they're saying. They're not just getting on with business, but a marked change. So can Ferry look to make a push in this game. the way to start. Inching Peniston out there. It was a bit of a late contact. You could see the racket just wobbled through the shot and the ball got away from him. Just going back to the old faithful there, down love 15, and feeling that Ferry was looking to make a bit of a move here, going for the lefty swinger and forehand to space. You need to take any greater risk than that when you can just execute. James Ward and Luke Johnson are out off court, just warming up. They're on court number 2. Just a bit too far back and out of position there to really turn that point around. For the swinger once again. Enjoy this time. Ooh, when he saw it, he may be able to just take that early, guide it up the line. Not needing to put too much pace on it, but just couldn't quite find the mark. Quality game from Peniston. He's got to be pleased with that because Ferry was starting to get things going. Still everything flowing with the server really. It's been a very simple and quality execution from both players through this second set. Tied up 4-all now. Well, it was Peniston who was maintaining his position up at the baseline. Ferry was just having to push back, drop back for a couple of shots, but then he got right up onto the baseline and wasn't quite half volley on the forehand, but taking it well on the rise and just a flick of the wrist, and that one was away. This is what I mean about just simple execution. Neither one of these players allowing the other really into the service games much.
Ferry.
So
Ferry
another
leads 5 games. to
flawless
4.
hold from Arthur Ferry. And just as one player, you just feel like they're starting to put their mark on things, maybe looking to get a break and stretch out. The other one responds really well, upping their level. Both of these players just going one better, but it is Arthur Ferry who's a game away from the second set, but we're still on serve.
Time. I think it's this corner.
He was almost dragged up to the net there, Peniston, and you could see he was in a defensive position right from the beginning, just trying to react as best as possible. Not sharp enough though. Yeah, done a lot of good work there, Ferry. Bunt approach shot down the middle of the court can be really effective, not a lot of energy on it, and it gives him the time to close down the gaps nicely, so there wasn't a huge amount of space available, but just not quite strong enough on that final volley. Easy does it. Again, going back to the old faithful. Really enjoyed watching so many of these winners from both of the players. Just not really going for max pace. They're not muscling their way through it. Just timing the ball, leaning through the back of the ball. Just trying to make sure that it goes away at a good quality. How about that, taking it so early, but this time adding the pace as well.
First serve.
So early with the return. See how far inside the baseline he was. We are playing on quick court.
First serve. Advantage Ferry. Game, second set, Ferry. 6 games to 4, 1 set all.
So a tremendous effort from Arthur Ferry there. We could feel the pressure building. Peniston had been able to respond a couple of times through the second set, but the final game going the way of Ferry and the break his. So we've split the breaks and we've split the sets. Arthur Ferry coming through that one 6-4. Take a look at the first serve percentage, way up at 82 for Ferry. That's much higher than it was in the first set. Has really been helping him out, and talking about those early returns. A couple at some crucial moments there, and Peniston just caught a little late to the follow-up shot. Good quality stuff here. It's building nicely. Very difficult to call this final set. Yes, Peniston's got the experience. Ferry's got some momentum.
Time.
So into the final set we go. Champions tiebreak to 10. It will be Arthur Ferry to kick things off. Not much to split these two.
Tiebreak Ferry to serve. 1-0, Ferry.
Oh, he did well there, Peniston. Having to defend on that final shot. Went for some more height just so that he could maintain the depth, and it put Ferry in an uncomfortable position. He wanted to be aggressive, felt like he'd earned the right to be aggressive after that previous shot, but was in quite a tricky situation. For Peniston, he has struggled in the final set breakers for some time. That until yesterday, where he won against Julian Cash, 14-12 it was, went all the way right to the edge. The first one he had won in a long time. So that will just adjust the mentality, but I wouldn't say he's really particularly confident with them.
2-all.
That was a confident forehand, though, really just rotating all the way through the back of that. He got the short ball he was looking for, and then no hesitation. Really think the execution went on the front foot from both of these players has been excellent through this match. Got himself a mini break here, up 3-2. This is what he found in the first set when he got the break. The forehand pushed back deep, finding that cross-court angle, keeping it so low as Ferry approached the net. And it's Peniston who will be changing ends with the advantage here, up 4-2. Just a reminder that Peniston looking for his third win out of 3 matches. Ferry looking for his second, took a loss to James Ward. Still all to play for in the group though. Plenty more matches still to come.
2, Peniston.
Simple execution, so reliable for Peniston. Where did that come from? That serve, the underarm dink serve, getting the job done. I mean, Peniston managed to get there, tracked it down. And a cheeky from Arthur Ferry. It's not like it's been a feature of the match. Let's say he idolises Kyrgios and Monfils, so he has those elements to his game, even though he doesn't necessarily use them as much as those two.
Peniston.
Oh dear. Well, I've been complimenting the discipline from both of these players. That one looking for a bit more flamboyance was Peniston, and it did not pay off. And the mini break is given back all square at 5-all.
Peniston.
Peniston trying to give that forehand a little bit of lift, and too much sent it over the baseline. More result just to bring to you. Did finish a little time ago over on court 2. Emma Raducanu beat Emily Appleton. It was 3 and love. Now got James Ward and Luke Johnson doing battle over there. They're in the same group as these two, Peniston and Ferry, box B. Now this tiebreak could prove crucial. It would be the 3rd win out of 3 for Peniston, the 2nd win out of 3 for Ferry. Both eyeing a spot on in the semi-finals on Saturday. This could be the match that secures it for them. Oh, and he's stolen the point. He threw the leg shot, getting him back in business there. Ferry maybe getting a little too confident, trying to toy with Peniston. And it is never fun to lose a point once somebody's put in a trick shot. Good work from Peniston. So back with the mini break. Peniston serving. Getting that approach shot all wrong, dragging it far too central. There was no way he could cover the court. There were huge gaps available for Ferry to find. Like he was caught in between the decisions. Back on serve. Right onto the sideline, and a bit of a stare down from Ferry at that mark, but he was wanting to call it wide, but he just couldn't. Clean strike. We've seen a few of those backhands down the line, taking them on the rise, just rolling up as high as he can onto his toes, leaning through it. Such an effortless shot he possesses. Something I'm sure he'll be building on for the future.
Ferry.
So we are on serve, but it is Arthur Ferry who manages to get himself a match point first. That will do it. Arthur Ferry with a huge comeback win over Ryan Peniston. Just getting better and better as the match went on. Ramping up the intensity, the quality of shots, everything improving. And that final set tiebreak he played brilliantly, stepping up just at the right times. He was down a mini break a couple of times in that breaker. He did turn it around brilliantly, and he is the one that takes the win. So he has 2 wins on the board out of 3 matches. 10-8 in the final set. Tough going for Ryan Peniston, losing another tight final set tiebreak. Be frustrated with that. Did a lot of good work though, and we've seen that from him over the past few weeks. He has been playing really well. He's been pushing the best players out there. Took Dan Evans to a 3rd set tiebreak in Battle of the Brits, as he did with Kyle Edmund and Cam Norrie. He knows he can produce the tennis. It's about those crucial times, the crucial moments. Maybe he'll be relieved to get back to a full 3rd set, who knows. But some positives to take for him. It was just that Ferry was getting better and better. First serve percentage there for Ferry up at 71%. It was down quite low in the first set, so doing well to turn that around. That really helped him come through those service games and started rolling through them quite nicely. That was just relieving some of the pressure. He was taking the returns early of the Peniston 2nd serve, and he was getting some joy there. So a lot of positives from him, and of course some fabulous net play, and as I mentioned towards the end, some of the beautiful backhand strikes down the line. So I hope you enjoyed that match. We've got plenty more to come. This is not the last match here on court number 1. James Ward is over on court 2, playing Luke Johnson going pretty well there. But as for the next match on this court, we'll be looking at the women. Jodie Burridge taking on Beth Gray. And we're going to have a little shuffle around in the commentary box, and it'll be Abigail Johnson to take you through that.
Time for the final women's match of the day on court 1. These two facing off for the second time on a singles court, with their first meeting coming barely 2 weeks ago at Battle of the Brits Team Tennis. Jodie Burridge, the British number 7, is going to be favourite to come through this one, but Beth Gray has worked herself into some serious form these past few weeks and is looking to bounce back from a surprise result last night on this occasion. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this penultimate match of the day on court 1. Close one just before this. Ferry edging out Ryan Peniston in a match tiebreak. Some have gone down the wire, some have been more straightforward, and it's tough to say which way this one might go, but it's fair to say that Jodie Burridge is in some seriously good form at the moment and will take some beating. Got the win when these two faced off less than 2 weeks ago. She'd be getting straight sets, but it was a close opener, and if that had gone the other way, a different ending on that occasion. As it was, I think Gray just feeling it in her legs a little bit after she was edged in the first set on that occasion. Jodie Burridge, 21 years old, and at a current ranking of 12.289 career high 2.33 was achieved last season. We've said it before, she was in great form. She was building momentum and then got injured yet again, went down at the beginning of the grass court season at the end of one of her matches in Surbiton, and that set her out for months. She had a third ankle operation. That's a lot when you think she's still only 21. So great mental fortitude from her to stick at it, to keep coming back. One of her big goals, she says, is to go a whole season without having had an injury. And you see the ranking next to her name at the moment doesn't accurately represent how well she can play and how well she is playing.
3
When you've
minutes.
been set back by injury, the numbers don't hold the whole story. And her backhand down the line, definitely a shot to be looking out for today. She'll be trying to finish these points quickly. It was Beth Gray that was trying to do that last night. She might have to rally with a little bit more consistency today if she wants to get across the line. 25 years old, just. She had a birthday at the beginning of the week. And you can see her doubles rankings there on the screen. She's a really great doubles player, Beth Gray. We saw her in action on the doubles court a lot at Battle of the Brits. Was a great asset to her team. A bit of a dark horse as well. She might have been overlooked at the beginning of the week, but she certainly wasn't by the end of it. She's a lefty too, which adds an interesting dynamic to her game. On the singles court, the world number 604 at present, with her career high ranking achieved in 2018. She's spent a lot of time on the ITF circuit, has racked up a lot of experience. 14 titles in total on the doubles court. And both of the players on court today have been playing a lot of tennis over the past few weeks, both here and elsewhere. Particularly Gray, she's barely taken a day off, and this is her 4th week competing here at the UK Pro Series. Mustafa Vantaseva in the chair. Tough job for the umpires this week, and indeed over the whole period of lockdown. There are no lines judges, no ball kids, just limiting the persons present for the safety of all involved. Players calling a lot of their own lines. Yeah, Gray has been really committed to competing here. Her best result was a 3rd place showing in the 3rd week of the event. She's always gone deep. But she did say after that loss to Burridge at Battle of the Brits that she was starting to feel the amount of tennis that she played maybe catching up with her a little bit. I'm sure adrenaline and maybe the money and the opportunity on the line as well as keeping her going. But it was a really competitive first set over at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. Burridge got the early break. Gray fought back, and it was eventually in Burridge's pocket 7-5. She raced through the second set 6-love after Gray hadn't quite been able to get across the line. So the first set here could well be crucial for Beth Gray, just to keep the blood flowing, keep her on her toes, give her the confidence. So 4 matches have already come and gone on this court today. Freya Christie won first up and got it done in straight sets, 6-2, 6-1, but it was a deceptive scoreline, that one actually closer than it looked. And Harriet Dart in the other women's match on court 1 threw over Naomi Brody, also in straights. Continuing over on court 2, James Ward with a dominant first set, 6-love over Luke Johnson. Come back from playing World Team Tennis, so he's got a good few matches under his belt. And it will be Gray serving to open this one, looking to get a game on the board and apply some scoreboard pressure.
Play. Love 15.
That's a decent second serve. As a lefty, Beth Gray, that shot can be utilized with the different spin that comes with it, and particularly the wide serve, the swinger out wide. It's one to watch out for. Looks like Gray's come out here with an attacking mindset. She had a little bit of a surprise loss last night to Nadia Rawson, student at Loughborough University. Rawson, she'd beaten 1 and 3 when they played here a few weeks ago. Went down in straights.
40-15.
And what Rawson was really able to do in that match was put so many balls back in play and expose some inconsistencies in Gray's game. So she's not going to want to let that happen again. She also knows that if she doesn't slam her foot down on the gas, Jodie Burrage is going to get on top of her. You don't want to let that happen when Burrage is in the kind of form we've seen over the last few weeks. She was in a difficult position on the run, and with those passes you've either got to keep them so low to pull your opponent off balance and not give them an easy shot, or have the height to maybe fake them into thinking it's going long, and that's a bit more difficult because you need the timing to apply the right spin. Yeah, that's what she knows she needs to be careful of. Earlier today, we saw Naomi Brody, every time Harriet Dart put a second serve in play, stepping up to rip the return back. And I don't think Jodie Burrage is going to be holding back when she sees a slower delivery finding the service box. That's good stuff.
Advantage, Gray.
Using the T serve to get the point on her racket, backing it up with good depth, and then surprising Burrage with the pull to the side of the court. Ooh, not sure what she was trying to do there, Gray. She'd done a great job with the serve. You can see the effectiveness of that lefty spin. It had pulled Burrage right off the court, so the obvious option would have been to just keep it simple and go down the line, find the open space. Even if she'd had the height on that, she was sending it right back in Burrage's direction.
Let's go serve.
See down the tee as well, the spin on the serve. Still had it curling away from Burrage. Especially in the fast indoor conditions, it's going to be a great weapon for Gray if she can land the first delivery often enough.
game.
It was
First
a good
game.
start. Injected some pace off the shorter ball and drew the error. Rawson played an impressive match last night, but Gray will still have been disappointed with the result. She was the player more able to generate the pace out on court and really was just not quite clean enough.
Judy Burridge to serve. Up.
And Burridge has a powerful serve on her herself. Definite weapon, along with that backhand, which Gray would do well to stay away from unless she's got Burridge unbalanced.
It up. $40.
Great placement on the return to prevent a swift Burridge hold. Taking her time there, Gray, to get the connection. She's not going to have to generate all the pace herself out here. It's a different matchup to last night. Burridge has some good firepower on her, and if Gray gets the timing right, then she can actually eat that up and redirect it. But when the serves come in that fast, it is going to be hard to get that timing. That is a comprehensive hold for Burridge to get on the board and level at the beginning of this clash. Interesting that these two hadn't faced off before Battle of the Brits. It's been quite a common thing, actually, over the course of these past few weeks with the domestic events in the UK, that the Brits who haven't faced each other before have come up against each other for the first time. A lot of tournaments on spread worldwide. I think that still counts as a fault, even though it didn't hit the floor.
Low 15. Next person.
Ooh, it was a really well-worked point by Burridge. She just wasn't tight enough with the wrist when she came into the forecourt. A little bit too loose, pushing it long. She'd done all the hard stuff, so understandable frustration. Love 30 lead would have applied some pressure early days. That's why you have to be 100% focused every single moment. Because every point does count, has a mental impact. Great athleticism from Gray from the back of the court. She was getting pushed back there, and Burridge not quite able to finish her off.
40-15.
We saw a few of them from Gray towards the back end of yesterday's match. The 1-2 punches that she just fractionally overhit. And at first, you know, from time to time they cropped up, and so they didn't really have an impact. But when they come close together in quick succession, that's when it can put you in a difficult position in games. So just needs to keep an eye on that. Was a bit unfortunate that time, though. It was a great get from Burridge on the return. She'd been stretched out. The great caught off guard because she had to double back and didn't quite have the positioning as the result.
Advantage, Gray.
Just long, and you can understand why she went for it the way she did. Burridge. Gray has come out with more of an attacking mindset and wanting to get on the front foot and control these points. And that might bite her a little bit, because Burridge there making her rally. She'd started off in a dominant position, Gray, but Burridge got the depth. And when she'd been pushed off and would have been better off just putting another ball back in play, Gray looking to go for the winner and finish things off. Needs to just read the situation.
Advantage, Gray.
miss, sometimes from Gray's side of the net. It seems to be a little bit of almost over-enthusiasm that causes her to miss cue.
Advantage, Burridge.
There again, she was quite a way behind the baseline and was determined to get that ball as deep as possible to try and put herself in an attacking position. Maybe sometimes just needs to take a little bit more time to work her way back into the point from that position. Well, that's brilliantly done.
Deuce.
Great injection of pace, really good control. Keeping it flat, stretching Burridge out. And even on the volley, Burridge was looking ready to cover, so she got a great angle on that.
Advantage, Gray.
Burridge unimpressed. It's not often that you'll see the backhand error, but to be fair, Gray had run her around. You could see it wasn't a connection on the sweet spot there, and it's difficult when you're on the run. It's again a case of trying to go toe-to-toe. She was put on the defensive.
Deuce.
And we travel on. The longer these games go, the more significant they become, because it becomes a momentum setter. Particularly if you make the breakthrough in that particular game. Oh, I love that from Burridge. So deep on the return and doesn't hesitate to back up. I mean, the depth on that return had pushed Gray right back. She was lost for time, having to move over and recover, and Burridge spotting that, wrong footing her.
Close one. Swami was really close. At first serve.
Some conversation about the line call, so giving Gray the first serve back. There's another of those 1-2 errors, 2 or 3 of them in that game, and ultimately costly for Gray. Credit to Burridge, though. Didn't waste time arguing about the call on the serve. And there were moments in that game where she looked really frustrated, but she shook them off and moved on. She can be quite demonstrative, Burridge. You know about it when she's not feeling great, and she has had more of a handle on that in recent years. She's been working on her game mentally and physically. But that's okay, you know, if you're going to show how you're feeling, as long as you can then put it to the side and move on to the next point. The difficulty comes when it's kind of hanging on and you're taking that with you through the match. You've got that baggage, and it's becoming a more consistent thing that your opponent can feed off as well. I think Burridge has got things under much better control recently. And it's all right to get a bit frustrated now and then and get that out of your system. It helps you to refocus for the next point. And we're seeing Burridge staying in the moment pretty well. That was a big game for her to get on the board because it did go long. Gray had the chances to close it out, and she needs to shake that off quick, the memory of that, and just focus on what's at hand, trying to stop Burridge from consolidating.
Low 15.
Good first point for Gray to get on the board. She sent a lot of balls at the Burridge backhand. Was still able to come through, and that's just what she needs to do. Try and tidy things up, keep it clean, tighten the screws a bit. So good from Burridge, the timing on the backhand behind the serve. Sent her momentum into it and made things much easier for the forehand put away. Andy Murray himself credited her backhand after they played side by side for the Union Jacks at the Battle of the Brits Team Tennis event in the mixed doubles.
13-15.
Was impressed by Burridge as a complete package. Said of her, pretty sure she's certainly not maxed out in terms of her ranking. Definitely thinks she's got a way to go. And Burridge would think the same. Injuries certainly have held her back in recent years. Can't pick up the points if you're not on the court. Great depth of shot. And great is proving she can go toe-to-toe here. And she can keep the depth on her shots as well. Stop Burridge from finishing things off. That's when she might hope to draw the error. I think they're judging that a double fault. So a little bit of pressure here for Jodie Burridge, looking to consolidate the break. In this match, Gray can hit a really good, crisp, clean ball. She can go toe-to-toe with Burridge, but one thing she's not going to do is overpower her, and I just felt that in that rally she was going for pace over depth, and Burridge was able to get nicely on top of those balls. Do better to lengthen those ground strokes. Which she did so well on that return and made all the right moves, but just went for the tiniest of gaps on that final shot. I'm not fully understanding the thought process behind that, because Burridge was stranded in the middle of the court, well, in the middle between the net and the baseline. There was an open court to Gray's left, and she just made life really tough for herself there. It's good that she could smile about it, because it's not a great moment for it to happen.
Next serve. Use.
And once again, big reaction, got the frustration out of her system, fired down a big serve. If it works, it works.
Use.
Overhitting, just trying to maintain the depth from the back of the court. That is some fantastic sprinting from Beth Gray. Burridge was calling the shots, but that final stretch from Gray on the forehand, using her lefty powers there, a fantastic short angle, which really stretched Burridge out and turned the tables. Well and truly earned this breakpoint opportunity.
Use.
Burridge responded to the depth with more of her own, taking the time away from Gray. She couldn't get the placement on the forehand. Well, there are sets of tennis that have been over more quickly than the first 4 games of this match. Throwbacks to a couple of weeks back when they had that tight opener at Roehampton. And you can see why. Both of them forcing the other to go for more depth, rally that bit harder. And Burridge unhappy on this occasion because Gray would step up to attack a second serve. Just asking the question. good second serve, to be fair. The kick holding Gray back, but then Gray made all the right moves afterwards, just consistently going back again and again to the Burridge forehand until she drew a shorter ball and exposed Burridge with the angle. Another chance to get back level. Something's got to give, but it's not giving from Jodie Burridge. She's so good on the timing of these shots, really great at reading the momentum of her opponent and which way they're headed. Completely wrong footing Gray there. Just giving the forehand the little bit of lift it needed with the top spin.
Advantage, Burridge.
Once again, just fractionally overhitting it in her eagerness to finish Gray. She was on the front foot, and finally the game comes to a close. Burridge will be relieved to have that one wrapped up. 2 marathon games back to back, and both go the way of Jodie Burridge. The best players win the big point. It's what makes the difference. The past 4 games, Gray has pretty much gone toe-to-toe with Burridge, and at times she's had her stretched out, she's had her running around. But you've got to finish. You have to get that final shot in the court, and you have to get that final point in the bag. And so far today, she hasn't been able to do that. Still a way to go. Feels like we've had a set of tennis, but we're only halfway through. Taking the time out here.
Love.
Yeah, they'll be tiring each other out. It has been tough conditions here at St George's Hill. Incredible heat. Just had the thunderstorms breaking about an hour ago, which might have cleared the air a little bit, but it's still hot and stuffy in that room. Well anticipated on the wide serve. Sent that return in nice and deep, but not too fast, so she gave herself a bit of time to recover, Burridge, and Gray might just have seen that out of the corner of her eye. Got distracted potentially on that final ground stroke. Anyone in this area probably struggled to sleep last night. It was very hot, very humid. A few people have mentioned that they got a few hours and nothing more. And for this kind of match, it's probably not something you really take into consideration, but there have been some lengthy rallies here. and if there is fatigue or tiredness, it might have an impact at some point. Having said that, nicely quick finished point from Gray. This is the kind of thing she's been going for and just hasn't quite been clinical enough so far, but that's the effectiveness that she can bring behind the wide serve. Oh, that's a brutal serve to close the game.
3 games to 2.
Great response from Beth Gray. It's got to have been disappointing to lose those Marathon 2 games, but she's such a hard worker. Great commitment and determination that she brings to the court. Fabulous attitude. And that will keep her in touching distance here. Good stuff from her. Still yet to pick up a victory this week. Beth Gray, she was close on her birthday. Lost to Emily Appleton, who's been in brilliant form. 7-6, 3-6, 10-5. So did pick up a point there because she get a point for winning a set. But the 6-4, 6-4 loss to Rawson leaves her with a little bit of ground to make up. Burridge, in contrast, yet to drop a set in wins over Elise Maloney and Emily Appleton. That was a really good win for her yesterday. It got tough. Appleton in great form and rallying tough, but she was able to get that done 4-4. So she came into today tied top place in the group with Emma Raducanu, who has since won again in straight sets. Raducanu yet to drop a set, so she's on 9 points. Not sure how much Burridge is thinking about that, but she'd want to get the straight sets win here just to maintain that level pegging in the group. Round robin play for the first 5 days of the event, and then based on where you rank after all your matches are finished, there are playoffs for each place.
Felicidades.
Good return to the body of Burridge. You don't want to give her a good angle on that backhand, or you're pretty much finished. Just to prove the point. Put under a lot of pressure behind that backhand down the line. Great. Oh, how precise. Catching the edge. Not holding back, Burridge. She knows the athlete that Gray is and that she'd be running to have that one covered. That's a great hold to get on the board, just to keep the scoreboard pressure on Gray and not let her feel like she's getting anything after to stay in touch.
love. All.
And that's the job here for both of these two. It's kind of a race to see who can stretch the other out first. Burridge helped a bit there by early in the rally. Gray seemed to be running around trying to get the ball on her forehand, which just cost her a bit of time and a bit of depth as a result. Burridge able to get on top.
15-30.
Gets precarious. As well as she's played for patches of this set, Gray, it's all about winning the points that will get those games on the board. Needs a big point here. That's how it's done. Wrong footing Burridge and finishing the job unflinching as Burridge moved at the baseline. Great control on that forehand drive. Deep breath. Still a big point here. Understandable frustration for Burridge. Back-to-back backhand misses, but nothing's perfect. That side isn't infallible, as strong as it is. And that's good resolve from Gray to come through. Didn't face a break point, but was down in the game. Burridge now just has to focus on the fact that she is still out in front, and if she gives all her attention to her serve, focusing on putting some big first deliveries in, it should be enough. But she knows that Beth Gray isn't going to go away. It's going to be tough to hold off. It was a great week for Burridge the other week at Battle of the Brits. Good for her profile, good for her results-wise as well. She got the first win of the week on the board with a career-best victory over Johanna Konta in straight sets. That match actually was the only one she played all week that was under the roof on indoor conditions, and the faster pace is something that she can utilize. The consistent power that she generates, Burridge, is great to watch, and she can add that extra zip to her shots to finish off as well.
Love.
She does make things tough, Burridge, in these kind of situations. Glaring lights on an indoor hard court, people trying to call your lines, and she's clipping the edges of them.
first serve. $15.50.
It's really good depth of shot from Gray. See the impact. Right now, that's got to be her focus, not necessarily trying to go for too much, but doing what she's been doing, going toe to toe and just holding out that consistency and the consistency of her depth of shot as well. Just not letting Burridge get into a position to finish the rally off and seeing if she'll break down. Oh, that is big. The return came back with decent depth.
30.
It was a huge point, and Burridge with utter focus to get the... She found the corner of the court from a position where she wasn't necessarily moving forward, leaning into the shot.
40-30. Deuce.
Little moments in that rally where Burridge just looked a little bit wobbly with her shots and kept expecting her to tighten the screws, but the ball kept coming back. Well, she had stepped in, had the opportunity to do something to finish off there, Burridge. But Gray doing exactly the right things out here, taking a little bit of the pace off and just getting that rallying consistency, moving Burridge around a bit, and earning herself a break back point. Good stuff from Burridge. Thinking ahead, knew the return would come back quickly after the second serve and got back for it. Flat cross-court backhand doing the damage.
Advantage, 30.
Just a little bit loose. Ball came back quickly. That was a difficult serve to deal with, jammed into the hip of Beth Gray. And we've had some mega games in the opening set of this contest. Every time it's been Jodie Burrage that's come out on the right side of them, which has got to be a killer blow to Beth Gray, who's working so hard out here. Playing some great tennis, but just not in the points needed to get the games on the board. Make no mistake, it's still doable. She was on the brink of getting back level there. Still just the one break behind, and she is a fighter. She commits. She's not going to let this go yet. An exemplary first point from Burrage. To the feet with the return, set her up for the backhand down the line. And had all the time in the world on this forehand, didn't overthink it, chose her shot, chose her option and committed to it. Sets the tone and applies some early pressure. Great thinking from Gray. She pretty much disguised that lob. And Burrage had to take some pace off on the approach forehand just to make sure she had the height. And Gray dipping underneath, using the height of her own shot to catch Burrage out there. Hadn't decided between a volley and a smash by the looks of things. But great regroup from Burrage just to maintain the focus. Would have been easy to get annoyed after making such great moves in the previous point. Missing from the forecourt would have seen her up love 30. Put that behind her to get the mini advantage again. Oh, well done. There was some angle on the return from Burrage, but Gray turned it on its head by flinging all her momentum on the run into her follow-up forehand. Then had Burrage on the run off balance, was able to fire the final wrong footing winner. A smart play. Huge point here. Game point or set point. Game point it is. I wouldn't think she was up on the scoreboard from that reaction, but it's been a tough old day so far for Burrage. Gray has been asking so many questions. Been long, lengthy games.
Advantage.
Unfortunate.
Burridge.
There have been hits and misses for both these players, but for Gray, those failed 1-2 punches tend to surface at moments that cost her. Burridge has limited her own unforced errors to patches that don't count so much, and here is a set point.
Deuce.
She didn't quite hold her position through the backhand. Kept it shorter as well, so didn't have as much space to play with.
Advantage. Gray.
Well, the frustration is tangible. She has been able to bounce back, Burridge, time and again after these moments of frustration. But she's making life a little bit difficult for herself. Oh, once again, too loose from Gray on the final shot.
Deuce.
How often in this set have we seen her really impressively do all the hard work to get into a winning position and then just add a little too much to the final ground stroke? And you've got to credit Burridge and her resilience for some of that. Gray knows that she's going to cover that baseline.
Advantage.
Steered her momentum into that final forehand. Burridge set up the point really well with the depth on the return. And time and again, we've seen her get really frustrated out here, but then she just regroups and gets back to work. Here she is again with another chance to close out this opener.
Game on first set.
And this time she gets it done.
By 6-3.
Tougher than the scoreline suggests, that one for Jodie Burridge. She was made to work by Beth Gray, who asked a lot of questions, but ultimately just couldn't quite bring the quality in the key moments of the clash. And it is the double break in her pocket for Burridge to seal set one. And sitting down to reflect at that changeover, there'll be a lot to be pleased with, although we have seen a lot of displeasure from Burridge thus far. First serve percentage, she'd like that to be a little bit higher just to make life that bit easier. But all in all, pretty solid. Neither of them winning that many second serve points just because the both of them are stepping up and looking to attack, impose themselves where they can. Burridge there just able to convert more break points, and that's really what it came down to. There were some really lengthy games in the opening set of this contest, and every single time they went the way of Jodie Burridge. Even as she faced game points, she was able to stay focused, just steer her way through. It wasn't always pretty, it wasn't always her best, but there were definitely flashes of her brilliant best. And for Beth Gray, you can say the same of her. Just unfortunately for her, the misses came in moments that really were costly. And a similar story to when they last faced off. That set was closer by scoreline, 7-5, but it was a similar story in that, you know, Gray was able to go toe-to-toe, There were opportunities, there were moments where it could have gone either way, and Burridge seized them. And on that occasion, Gray then did start to feel the fatigue building and fell away a little bit in the second set. But here, there's a lot to play for. If she can just get a set in her pocket, she'll have a point on the board. And if she can just get this second set and level up, it will go to a match tiebreak to decide the outcome. So it's not an impossible task at all when you look at some of the quality that Gray was able to produce in that first set. Burridge, though, may well just settle down a bit, having finally got that first set under her belt. Might just take some of the pressure off her shoulders a bit. Guaranteed herself a point, but will be looking for the full 3 that comes with a straight sets victory here. Pretty much halfway through the round robin stage. Here we go, that beneficial for Burridge that she actually broke for that first set, and will get to start the second one serving. Mini advantage, so Gray needs to lock herself in now to try and take some of the momentum away.
15 love. All.
That win against Konta a couple of weeks back was huge for Burridge. I think really opened her eyes to what she's capable of. Since admitted that she kind of overestimated the golfing quality between herself and players of that kind of ranking. Full interviews on the UK Pro Series website if you want to check it out. But she said, if you'd asked me 2 weeks ago, I probably would have said that the gap in quality was a lot bigger than it actually was. She beat Konta and Dart at Battle of the Brits. Gave her a lot of confidence and showed her the potential in her level. I think it was a few weeks ago that she said that it was a goal of hers to enter the top 200 by the end of 2021, and she thought it would take a few years to get to the top 100, and maybe those results have just opened her eyes a bit to what she can do if she remains injury-free.
40-30.
She had to get that point. It's one of those things at the moment. Has to go to juice the opening game of the set. This clash is too competitive for it not to. And Gray there just pushing away until she opened up the space. Wasn't afraid to go too many times to the same wing. Impressive commitment. credit to Gray for hanging in that rally as long as she did. She was getting pulled around on a string. There were some short angles she had to deal with in there. But that's a huge boost for Burridge to come out on top of that exchange. Finally breaking through the wall at the baseline. See the energy that that took. So good from Gray. Sensing the opportunity to wrong foot. She was deep with the return. Burridge was staggering to regain her balance.
Advantage, Gray.
Far back in the court to try and crack down on that forehand the way she did. And this is huge for Beth Gray, an early chance to get the breakthrough in the second set. Burridge, though, having none of it. Huge serve.
Advantage.
A replica on the other side of the court. Not a bad way to steer yourself out of trouble. And once again, in these fast-paced conditions, really great shot to have in your repertoire to quickly swing the tide. That's a good turnaround. Gray was on top of the baseline, then inside of it in a good position. And Burridge just able to hold firm. Yet again, a lengthy game. And who does it go to? Jodie Burridge, every time. And you just wonder how long it'll be before that catches up with Sarah Beth Gray and just gets in her head a little bit. She's composed herself really well up to now. A lot of players would be seething at this. As to put it behind her, close the door and focus on the next game. Still very much at the beginning of this second set, a long way to go. Getting more and more of these longer exchanges under her belt, Burridge. Something that was really key for her in the last game. She was able to land the majority of her first serves. 9 of 12 in that previous game, and when you're under pressure, that can make a lot of difference, particularly when your serve is the weapon that hers is. She turned the tables there, Gray, and it was all in the timing. Burridge injecting serious pace into that cross-court backhand, but Gray had the positioning, and because she had the timing, she just redirected that one down the line. Cancels out the hard work, though, with the double faults. I think that might be the first that we've seen in this match. I understand not wanting to let Burridge get on top of that. Well, out come the double skills. You've got to be so ready on a doubles court to react to anything that comes your way. Not let your partner down, and great coverage there, Gray. One big step to come across. Kept herself steady. Oh, so good.
40-30.
Burridge unimpressed, but really good from Gray off the depth. And she slams the door in typical lefty style, using the swinger wide, firing the forehand winner. And given the games that have slid out of a grasp in this one, that is a really big hold for Gray at the beginning of this second set. Throwing the spotlight back across to Burridge and asking the questions. How focused is she out here? Frustration from the Burridge side of the net in that game. If she can keep that first serve percentage up, she's going to be tough.
Yeah. There.
I didn't hear you call it, sorry.
Well, the umpire did call that one wide. Burridge not here.
Out. Thank you.
Gray was ready to attack the second serve, and I don't think she quite expected it to come as deep as it did with that much kick. Wasn't really one that she could get on top of.
All.
Just catches. I mean, how close can you get? It's not quite consistent enough on the attack, Gray. She might not want to go that route, but would do a little bit better at the moment to get into those longer exchanges. Burridge has been doing decently in there, but at least make her win the point. Don't just hand it to her.
Good. Retreat 2-1.
Decent depth on the return, but Burridge was in control. The wide serve, bringing the response back to her feet. And she finishes it off. So going with serve in this second set. Over on court 2, James Ward did get the win in his pocket. 6-love, 7-5 over Luke Johnson. 2 big hitters. Big win for Ward. Still another men's match to come on this court. Following this one, it's Liam Brodie, top seed for the men, up against Billy Harris, who is the only player to have competed in every single week of the UK Pro Series. That is commitment for you. Getting a lot out of it as well, both in terms of prize money and match play. It's a great opportunity, this event, for players of the kind of ranking. We're seeing players from top 200 all the way down to around the 1000s, and they don't see this kind of money when they compete because a lot of expenses go to traveling as well. It's amazing for them to have this on their doorstep pretty much, particularly during this difficult time where international competition largely hasn't been an option.
Low 15.
Big winner.
15-0.
Essential for Gray. On that 1-2, always best to go for it off the back of the wide serve. She'd taken Burridge so far off the court there. Kept over the forehands nicely. Great stuff. Deep, heavy backhands just dragging Gray across the baseline. Drew the shorter ball, and then she was in to deliver the knockout blow. Just easily into the open court. Oh, come on. What a backhand. It was all in the timing from Gray on that occasion. And that's where she can use the pace and the firepower coming from Burridge when she makes that connection. Didn't find the sweet spot there. The balls kept coming back. We haven't seen any double faults from Gray. It's been a couple in her last 2 service games, and it is the 1 point making the difference at the moment as Burridge looks at a break point chance. Oh, that's great scrambling. The depth on the cross-court backhand, getting her back into things. Great. Moves in to put the final shot away. Not sure. I think they're looking at potentially a leak on the court. I think the spot's coming down. They're saying maybe white here, I think. Oh, real frustration for Burridge there. She's certain that she caught the sideline with that return. Don't think Gray would have been getting under it. It was her call. She said wide. Oh, that's a brilliant response. Fully dictating with the backhand. Well finished. It was Gray with that extra injection of pace on that occasion. Pulling it out of the bag at just the right moment on the approach, applying the pressure. And then once again, those great hands at the net to finish off. It was so easy. Under all the pressure here, Gray, and hasn't flinched. Well, for once, a closer game goes her way, and she really has worked for it. Great attitude that she brings to the court. And she does make it 2-all in this set. Moments of frustration for Burridge. She really thought she'd fired that return winner, but to her credit, she's always regrouped and got on with things that didn't really cost her in that game.
Low 15.
You could sense, though, even though that she was up a set, she was feeling the pressure that was being applied. And maybe that double fault just a sign of that. Maybe fortunate there, Burridge. Gray had guessed the right weight, just got her racket on the ball. It was a close call. serve almost backfired on her. That short return came in so close to the net. It was quite difficult to deal with. Cross court was the easier option to avoid going over the high part of the net. Gray was recovering quickly. I think she knew where the next shot was heading and might just have thrown Burridge a bit. Well, she had to run up there quickly and she didn't quite have the balance once she got to the forecourt. Burridge, she kind of scooped that ball from underneath. And with the pace reeling off it from Gray, it was difficult to control it into the court. Now here's a chance for the lower ranked player to go up on the scoreboard in this second set. Just overcooked it. Serve didn't really sit up. It was going to be a difficult one to go after.
Advantage, Norwich.
Wow. Catches the corner. And at the moment, the commitment paying off for Gray. It's still a little bit precarious. When you're attacking, the misses will come. There've just been a few too many of them for Gray. Big in a big moment.
Advantage, Burridge.
Not all the misses, though, have been a direct result of being on the attack. Sometimes she's just not quite had the positioning and the placement. It's been a little bit of a wild miss. Once again, just overcooks it. Such a fine line between nailing that at Burridge's feet and keeping her off the attack. And sending it fractionally long. Steers herself out of danger, Burridge. There's a little moment of uncertainty there as she faced the break point. Gray keeping this close. Remember, she's just got to get this set to force a match tiebreak. It is far from an impossible task. Yeah, there was a little bit of a leak there, I think. And the guy's just doing a good job now of going over those lines. The lines are the worst bit. They can get really slippy if they're wet. We want to avoid any problems. Heavy rainfall earlier when the thunderstorms finally broke. It's been building for some time. I think there was a lot stored up. Burridge then still on track for the full 3 points in this match, which would see her level again with Emma Raducanu at the top of their group. That's Gray, meanwhile, still with just 1 point on the board after she was edged narrowly by Emily Appleton in that first match of the week. Outside of Raducanu and Burridge, there really still is all to play for. Nadia Rawson hadn't picked up a point on her first day, and then with that straight sets loss yesterday, a straight sets win even yesterday, rocketed to 3 points, which got her out in front of the likes of Appleton. Not helped there, Gray, by the net cord. Dropped a little bit dead. It's going to be difficult to get underneath it. Burridge was on the front foot. She'd drawn the shorter, slower ball that she was looking for. It was a great cross-court angle from Burridge, and she'd done decently with the backhand up the line. It's tough, that shot over the high part of the net. But Gray just doing everything she possibly could there. She put a tremendous amount of slice on the ball, which would have left a strange spin that was difficult for Burridge to deal with, and particularly to hit flatter backhand off. It's great commitment. And just going back to what works, the wide serve, stretching Burridge out and then in the open court.
That's first serve.
20-30.
Talk about painting lines. Both of them hitting the baseline in that one, and then Gray just going long. Really went for that second serve. You could hear it as it clipped the net. It's a difficult one because if it had found the box, you'd be crediting her for going after that second serve to get that one in the bag. As it is, takes her to deuce and a precarious position where she's cracked open the door. Oh, good response.
Advantage, Gray.
Clipping the side of the sideline, giving Burridge a little bit of a taste of her own medicine there. But then again, too many of those kinds of misses sprinkled in. We've seen some really good stuff from Beth Gray today, but also a few too many points like that in kind of the same area of the match. So it's a little bit more costly.
Advantage, Burridge.
Well, she's kept her focus, Jodie Burridge, and there's an opportunity here.
Game, Burridge.
There it is, just enough great.
Burridge leads 4 games to 2.
And continuing the theme of the first set, the big points all going Burridge's way. The one close game that Gray did come out on the right end of was her own service game, so it didn't seal a breakthrough. But once again, it's Burridge with the advantage, stepping up to serve at 4-2 and to consolidate the break she's just grabbed in this second set.
15-0.
She's still looked to be feeling it a bit throughout this set, understandably. Gray's had her own opportunities already to take the lead in this one. But now she's got that break in the bag. Was helped a little bit, kept in the game by the Gray double fault. Might settle her.
15-0.
Good control. It was the backhand that did it. She got right down for it, Burridge. She made sure that she had a stable positioning behind it to finish off with volleys. Nothing too fancy, just getting the job done. Doing what needs to be done.
40,
The
15.
consistent depth combined with the pace just starting to catch up to Beth Gray a little bit. Still, she hasn't quite been able to get a lid on those errors that spring up at unfortunate moments. A lot of the time it's because Burridge has kept her rallying long enough for them to surface. The wrong footer once again, setting her up for the finish. And the tightness might just have left her shoulders a little bit once she got that break nailed down. Almost looking a tiny bit weary, Burridge, but just going through her paces, not expending too much energy, and getting the job done. Utterly focused in that game. And it takes her one game away from closing out this victory. Now, the scoreline dominantly in her favour, 6-3, 5-2. But it's been a battle. That first set alone taking an hour, even though she got it with double break. And this one has surpassed the 45-minute mark. So that just shows you how troublesome Beth Gray has been today. It's going to be disappointing for her if she can't even walk away with a set from it, because, well, the sprinklings of errors have been there. I think she's up to level from last night, potentially from day one as well. You've seen some real quality in this match and previously in the Dart versus Brody match as well. Some great depth of talent on display. We've said it once, we've said it a million times. One step at a time now for Beth Gray. Forget the scoreboard, just focus on what's in front of you. 1 point at a time.
Low 15.
And she is such a fighter, Gray, and doesn't give up on herself. She backs herself whatever the situation, even against Nadia Rawson. Wasn't having a best night last night and still fought with her back against the wall to have a mini comeback in the second set.
Now 30.
So she's up against a really strong opponent on this Wednesday evening. And I think Burridge might just have found her groove at the back end of the second set.
Fifteen, 30.
Gets back level and gets us to a critical moment. Game point or match point. Tough serve to combat if it had indeed clipped the line, curling away from Burridge, but deemed not to.
30, 40.
And the net cord not even in her favour, turning that into a double fault. And here we are at match point, Jodie Burridge. great commitment in such a position, not hesitating to move in behind that serve. Great. She's going to lose this match. She's going to lose it on her own racket. Trying to the end. Still going. Once again, it's the double fault that offers up the opportunity. The sun might be sinking on this one. So she brings out the 1-2 winner. That's how she rolls, Beth Gray. Quality under pressure. You could see it in her face last night when she was down, I think maybe by this exact deficit. Comeback, it was on. She got a few games, it was almost there.
Advantage, great.
Oh, well placed. You give herself a pat on the back for that one. Sliding that ball over the net and at the feet of Burridge. Probably thought that she was in a decent position there in the forecourt. Could have done with closing the net a little bit more. Might have caught that one before it hit the ground. But great placement and great resilience from Beth Gray to fend off the match points and keep herself in this clash. And it is still the single break, even as Burridge steps up to serve at 5-3. Not a bad way to open the game.
15 love.
Firing an ace. Yeah, it has been pretty businesslike from Burridge in the last few games. A little bit of an air of enough is enough about her. Wasn't the best drop shot in the world, but importantly she was ready. She knew the point wasn't over and she was prepared to back it up. It had done the job of pulling Gray out of position and drawing a slower, shorter ball. Almost too much intensity and eagerness to finish off from Gray. We've seen it at patches. And this time it summons up triple match point for Jodie Burridge. There it is. 3 matches played, 3 matches won, 6 sets played, 6 sets won. Didn't have it all her own way, Burridge, as the length of time required for both sets will tell you. A full hour for the opener and almost that long for the second set, but critically, she won all the key points. didn't give Gray a look in when it really mattered. And that's what it's all about. You're not going to win every point of a match. You're not going to play your best every point of a match, but it's peaking in those crucial moments, which Burridge did. So she should take a lot of positives from that performance. She'll probably want to get her first serve percentage up a little bit for future matches, just to make her life a little bit easier, because that is such a weapon on these indoor hard courts. But Gray was making a point of trying to attack and trying to be proactive on her return. In the end, just not quite clinical enough from Gray. She executed some brilliant stuff. And the misses are going to come when you're trying to do that, but unfortunately for her, they came at some costly moments. Once again, we've seen what she's capable of after this swing of tournaments over the past month or so. She should not be underestimated. She's one to keep an eye on. She's capable. But it is Burridge who dominated the key moments on this occasion. And she gets another win in the bag. 3 in as many days. She wraps that one up, and there's one more match still to come on court 1. It'll be Liam Brody, the top seed on the men's draw, taking on Billy Harris, and it'll be Naomi Cavaday to take you through that match.
Hello and welcome to the final match here, the UK Pro Series, the final week, the Classic Week. Crown the champion of champions, of course, and these two have the Pro Series over recent weeks. Billy Harris in your picture, has played every single day. 37 matches down in 37 days. About to embark on number 38 and will be finishing the clean sweep 42 out of 42. Not sure he gets a special prize for that. Get a decent prize if he wins the whole thing, but I'm sure he'll definitely get at least a good pat on the back. Taking on Liam Brodie in this match. It looks like we are just about ready to go. Quick turnarounds here. Players all very keen to crack on with things. There is Liam Brodie bouncing around on your left. Undefeated so far this week, but he's had a scare or two. And this is the third meeting between these two through the Pro Series events. But, on day one, week one. That's the first time. Actually, Billy took the win there. But after that, in week two, they met each other twice, including in the final. And both times, Brodie took the win, so he took the title in week two. So he's earned his spot into this final week. See there, right, 211, 26 years old. He's been knocking on the door for a while now. Second round of Wimbledon a few years ago. He's a lefty, so he's tricky. What to like about the game of Liam Brodie. Sister Naomi, of course, playing in the Windsor. Saw her out a little earlier. Very supportive of each other, the pair of them. So, will Brodie be a little heavy-legged? He won a bit of an epic yesterday against Alistair Gray. 3 tie breaks, well, 2 regulation tie breaks and a champion breaker in the final set. It was a tough one to go through. Alistair Gray has been playing some fantastic tennis, and Brodie, as the top D, pushed all the way, just managed to get the W. So 2 wins on the board, 2 for him. Also beating Whitehouse 2 on Monday.
3 minutes.
So let's take a little look at Billy. Billy Harris, 25 years old, 790, not too far off his career high of just outside of 600. He has played, as I mentioned, every single day, every single week, and he's ranked up 3 finals. There's 4 semi-finals, and won 3 of them, getting to the final of each. Has not managed to clinch a title. And looking like he's up against it this week, as he's gone 0 for 2 so far. To Dan Cox in a tight one again through to the Champions League. We've seen an awful lot of them, haven't we? Just showing the level of competitiveness there is out there in British tennis. That was 10-6 in the final set, and then he did lose to Alistair Gray on the first day, 2-2. But as I mentioned, Gray really has come into form as he's gone from week to week. In the chair, taking you through this one. My name's Naomi Cavaday. I'll be calling from the commentary box. Last match of the day here on court number 1. Lots of results coming in. 12 matches a day taking place here in St George's Hill, the Pro Series. We've got a women's match set out on court number 2. Elise Maloney taking on Nadia Rawson. Elise took the first set 6-4. There's 1-love up in the second, so I'll be keeping you across that one as well. Keep our focus on this encounter with the top seed Liam Brodie.
One minute.
37 matches that Billy has played. He's won 22 of them, and that placed him 6th in the qualifying table. A number of ways you can get through to this final week. You can win one of the weeks like Brodie did. You can accumulate enough points like Harris has. Or you can take a wild card into the tournament like a couple of others have done. 4-minute warm-up, keeping things nice and slick, as I mentioned.
Left of the chair, Billy Harris won the toss and chose to receive. End of warm-up.
Has been very slick between the matches, just needs to get going, and reduced warm-up as well. It is all go at this event. Really good high quality stuff we've seen through the day. See a win for Alistair Gray against Anton Matusevic. Came through that in straight sets. Henry Patton got the better of Julian Cash in the final set breaker. Dan Cox taking out Mark Whitehouse 3-2. Arthur Ferry beating Ryan Peniston 10-8 in the final set. And James Ward coming through love and 5 against Luke Johnson. And this will be the final men's match on offer for you today. So we've got Liam Brodie to kick things off. He'll be out serving first.
Love 30. Love 40. Fifteen, 40. Thirty, 40. Use. Advantage, Harris. Game, Harris. First game. Billy Harris to serve. Fifteen up. Thirty love. Forty love. Okay, Harris. Harris leads 2 games to love. Fifteen love. Thirty love. Thank you. 40 love. Okay, Brody. High States 2-1. Time. Low 15. All. Nope. Fifteen, 13. Nope. 15, 14. Yes. 30, 40. Use. Advantage, Harris. Use. Advantage, Harris. Use.
It's an awful lot cooler as the past couple of days here. If you're in the UK, you know exactly what I mean.
Advantage, Harris.
Harris doing really well to dig out of a tough situation in this game. Down 15-40. Having to work hard.
Okay, Harris.
Yeah, manages to come through it. That'll be a good confidence boost for him. Looked like Brody was starting to get things back on track, but some nice, simple and well-executed tennis. Good first serve, followed by a strong first shot from Harris. And he manages to maintain his lead, up 3-1. What a shot that was. Beautiful angle. That's the sort of shot that Brody likes to come up with. Flat, low over the net. Really acute angle wide. Just didn't quite get his right leg behind the ball there. Want to go down the line. It's really helpful to get the foot planted right behind where you're going to be contacting the ball. It just helps you drive straight forward to keep it in a straight line. Harris just reaching for it a little bit.
15-30.
Things just not flowing for Brody at the moment. Forehand error. Okay, he was under pressure there, but Brody would be expecting to make that, and he's staring down break points, and this is for a double break.
Okay, Harris.
And that'll do it.
Harris leads 4 games to
Harris
1.
off to a storming start here, but it'd be amiss of me to ignore the fact that Brody just not finding his range whatsoever in the early stages. But Harris will not be bothered at all, looking for his first win of the week. Up 4-1. So a little to think about for Brody. You've got to think there's going to be something in the legs, just a little bit of heaviness after the battle he had yesterday against Alistair Gray. First 2 sets were on tie breaks as well. It was pretty physical, good standard. Got a little feisty at times as well.
Time.
So a lot of energy expended, and remember, it was incredibly hot yesterday. Pretty sticky inside here. It's still pretty muggy today, but it's gone down a few degrees. It's much more bearable than it was. So a lot of challenges for these players, but they've got on with it brilliantly. They are professionals after all. Trying to get himself going here, Brody's not happy. Super serve.
30 down.
Harris is taking all of this confidence, and he is rolling now. He's got to try and figure this out sharpish. Oh, he will be a set down in the blink of an eye.
Getting
that one a little wrong. Oh, that's a beauty. Straight down the line, straight as an arrow. Exactly what he was looking for. Onto the front foot, just a little lean through the back of it. Brilliantly executed.
40-30. Game. Harris leads 5 games to 1.
Yeah, comes through that one, and it's looking like everything is going Harris's way. You can see by the look on Brody's face. Not the freshest out there right now, I think it's fair to say. Brody trailing 5-1.
Up.
Nice lefty swinger down the tee. Talked about how many matches Harris has been playing, but playing them at a very high level. Oh, it's more like it.
30 down.
So wins over the likes of Ryan Peniston, Marcus Willis, Julian Cash, Whitehouse, Luke Johnson, Alexis Cantor, Jan Choinski, Dan Cox as well, and Tom Matusevic, Alistair Gray. There's a lot to get through, including Liam on the very first day.
40 down.
Also played in some of the British tours before the Pro Series kicked off here. Some good wins there as well.
Okay, Brody.
That's the sort of hold that Brody was looking for. Just break the momentum of Harris, who is starting to get away at a canter here. And it's 5-2, but it is with a double break, so Billy Harris will be out to serve for the opening set. Lots more coverage for you, of course, throughout the week. Day 4 tomorrow of this week, so the round robin stage is just starting to take shape. It's still all to play for. Liam Brody's in a good spot with 2 wins from 2. Picking up points as they go for each match. 3 points for a straight sets win, 2 for a win in 3, and 1 point if you manage to get a set on the board.
Time.
So once this match is completed, that will be day 3 done. And 2 more round robin matches for everyone before we see how those boxes shake themselves out. Top 2 going through to the semi-finals. Everybody else will continue on with their place playoffs. See how they end up in the entire event. And that will continue through to Sunday, where we'll have the final as well. Just lifted up, you could see the head and the chest just pulled up through the back of that backhand, and it lifted the ball up and out over the baseline. It's really important when you do go for that front foot, you keep your head and chest down through the back of the ball. Let your racket get the bit of lift you're looking for. Otherwise it's a little too difficult to control. I like that play from Harris, just keeping it simple side to side and then throwing in the variation when he felt like Brody was in a tough spot with that slice, and it was right down the middle of the court, nice and low. Not an awful lot of energy on it, so tough for Brody to do much, but he still would have expected more on that particular shot. Brody trying to urge himself on here. Looks like he's really trying to up the consistency first. He did make a fair few errors in the opening few games before then potentially opening his shoulders, looking to be a bit more aggressive. Nothing you can do about that, though. Great work from Harris. He's just pushing Brody into horrible bits of the court he just doesn't want to be in. It's deep, it's wide, it's relentless, it's shot after shot. And it's been a super set for Harris so far. He is almost over the line and has it in the bag because he's got himself a set point here on his own serve. Wow, and that just wraps it up. A super shot. We've seen some excellent tennis from Billy Harris through that set, and he really did race away with it. Can't really say that Brody was at his best there. Definitely a bit of fatigue from his match left over yesterday, but Billy Harris was absolutely fantastic. Got a couple of breaks there. Wraps it up 6-2. Lots of positives for Billy Harris to take this situation, a 6-2 set over Liam Brody. When they played on the very first day when Harris got his win, it was 3-4 in the end. But Brody has got a lot of matches under his belt since then. So a good position for Harris to be in. He did take the first set against Dan Cox yesterday, before Cox came back and won that in a final set breaker. So needs to keep the gas on, needs to keep the pressure on. That first set, yes, there were some mistakes from Brody. Yes, it was not his best tennis, but there was an awful lot of good stuff from Harris. He has to keep delivering that because otherwise the pressure will release. Brody's good enough. He's ranked 211. He will be able to find his form if he's given a bit of breathing room. Quick refreshment for Brody as he just popped off the court for a second, but ready to get things off and underway in the second set. Brody will be out to serve first. And it will be important to get some service games on the board in the early stages.
Second set, ready to serve.
Seemingly out of nowhere, Brody not ready for that whatsoever. Big injection of pace on the flat backhand from Harris, and looks like he's on a mission here. Slice working well once again. This is not the start Brody was looking for. Trying to lift himself. To demand more of himself. Does not look like Harris is going to let up here. Oh, what a return from Harris. Brody just not expecting that. He said he was not going to let up. We've seen plenty of winners like that. One more on the books for Harris and more breakpoint opportunities.
Here we go.
What a pickup once again. Brody thought he'd done all the work with the forehand. A sneak forward. Okay, it wasn't a rapid approach, maybe a little bit slow in the legs, but Harris once again through that game just always finding the most difficult and challenging shot for Brody to play there. And the early break is snatched by Billy. It's exactly what you want to try and do when you know that your opponent's struggling. You just keep that foot down on the pedal. You do not give them any breathing room. You keep it there for as long as possible. They need a bit of time, a bit of space to try and find the rhythm, find the range. Yes, there are ways of them creating that for themselves, but you definitely don't want to give up that as an opportunity for them. Keep things rolling in your favor. Super work from Harris. Not a good body serve, but again, one that Brody would be expecting to make. Was an opportunity. It's one of Brody's favourite shots, that open stance backhand cross court. That's a real sign of how he's feeling out there. If even your best shots aren't working, it's a bit of a struggle.
When is that for? Okay, Harris.
Forehand lets him down again.
Who gets put up?
And he looks up to the sky, head in his hand. Not sure what to do here. But this match is slipping away. This is the most crucial game of the match so far for Brody. He has to get this on the board because Harris is looking pretty much in the zone, full of confidence. Oh dear.
Low 15.
Forehand missing by a way now.
Next person.
Just missing the line on that shot. You can see he's just trying to focus on the forehand of Brody. It's understandable. Brody's got to dig his heels in here. He's got to find a way. Start off with the first serves, really try and execute those, just give himself a foothold in the point. Has been struggling from a neutral situation. Well, he'll take it, take anything he can get right now. It could just be a couple of points of fortune that really do just change the situation for Brody. Completely the wrong position on that forehand. You can see he's totally spun off it. It's one thing getting into the wrong position. That happens. Sometimes you're forced into a bad position. You can't get where you'd like to be. Sometimes it's just a little bit of laziness, fatigue, or you just get it a bit wrong, misjudgment. if you've got the ball on the strings, you've got to try and find a way to fight something out of it.
$40-30.
What a crucial game for Brody. He does get it on the board. Wasn't completely plain sailing, but a little more consistent in that game. Got to start somewhere. Taking steps forward to try and up his level. Still down a break. Harris was playing a lot on the Futures Tour before lockdown was imposed. Up as far as he possibly could, getting a lot of wins actually, considering started right at the beginning of the year. Made a semi-final. That was important. Lots of long matches there, so really crucial to be getting lots of wins in each week. If you're looking, averaging maybe about between 2 and 3 wins per loss over sort of a 3-month period, then you should be feeling fairly good about yourself. If it goes down below 2, it becomes a little disjointed. You're not quite getting enough tennis. The confidence does start to drop. So you need to just make sure that you're in the right level of tournaments. Sometimes you go for a period of time where you just get pretty rough draws. There's not a lot you can do about it. But if you do stretch it out over 3-4 months, it's always a good view to have. If you're winning more than 3 per week over 3 or 4 months, well, you're either on your way to the top 10 or you should be playing some stronger tournaments. Good hustle from Brody there. A little bit of extra intensity, a bit more noise through the back of the ball.
$15-all. $30-15.
Frustrating times for Brody. Well, that will help. Harris has got to be careful here. Brody is starting to improve things. I know he was not happy about one of those forehand misses where it was just a bit disjointed. But you can see he's been urging himself on. He's starting to really knuckle down here. Harris doesn't want to give him any opportunity to do it. Well, you can see what Harris was trying to do, just pepper the forehand side. That's where it's been pretty uncomfortable for Brody. Looking not at his best, but they're making it 4 in a row. And the injection of pace coming from Harris. Yeah, and good work from Harris. Just keeping control, dictating there. Keeping the pressure on, up a set and a break now. Looking to get his first win on the board of the week is Harris. A nice bend on that serve. Harris on the full stretch. Well, here's the forehand finding a bit of rhythm now. Getting a lot of balls on that side, so getting the opportunity to play it into a bit of rhythm. The same one that we saw before, just the over rotation a little early. It's the connection, the rhythm and timing for the chain reaction through the body, just looking a little clunky and disjointed at times for Brody. Good return from Harris, forcing a tough pickup. Well, it looked like things were just starting to get better for Brody, but then the unforced errors coming back in once again off the basic rallying balls. And Harris with a chance for a double break in this set. And that'll do it. It's just not working for Brody out here. Having lots of difficulty, and the Harris game really is looking pretty slick by comparison. He gets the double break on the board. He's up a set and 4-1. A lot of work for Brody to do to get himself back into this match now. Got to sort through some stuff in his own game. Also got to deal with what's coming at him from the other end of the court, and not a lot of time to do it because Harris is just 2 games away from wrapping this one up. The scoreboard's a little stuck, I can tell you. It is 4-1. A point go the way of Harris. It's been a frustrating evening for Brody so far. No, doesn't look like he's enjoying himself too much out here. Trying to go for a little more on it this time. Sometimes that can help when you get the faster racket head speed going through. You get that extra bit of control, but that one getting away as well. Signs pointing to Harris closing in. He's still able to smile in the situation. Quickly gets the game face back on. Got to agree with Broads there. Great serve.
That's first serve.
You can see again Brody trying to put more on his shot, trying to get some penetration, but he just couldn't find enough depth. And Harris was counterpunching brilliantly there, just moving the ball around side to side. Textbook stuff. Couple of game points on his racket now.
40-30.
Brody trying to dig in as best he can. This is why these players are out here. Well, it's one of the reasons. There are plenty to choose from. Testing himself, difficult situation. You always have to play well to get the W. Seems far away to get the win here at the moment. It's about trying to tough out these sorts of situations, trying to get something out of it. But Harris just not relenting.
Harris leads 5-1.
It's been a very tidy match from him. And kept the pressure on, and you can see, you can feel that Brody is trying to dig his heels. He's trying to get things sorted, but he's not given a huge amount of rhythm. He's not given massive opportunities from Harris. So big credit to him. And he's just a game away now.
15 out.
Just didn't quite get underneath that one with the legs.
Thirty 15.
Just sitting up a little.
First serve.
It's a little too much on that backhand, and Brody showing he's not going away easily. Will have to earn this, but from what we've seen through the match, it does seem like he's playing well enough. He will be able to get over the line, and Brody just hasn't quite been able to turn around his game.
Forty 30.
Still peppering that forehand side, Harris, and the unforced error eventually coming.
Advantage. Brody.
And he's getting more solid. It's edging in the right direction. Whether it'll be too little, too late, we'll have to wait and see. Getting through this game, a must. Yeah, nice little change up there. Wasn't really a full slice, but a little bunt forehand, keeping it low, forcing Brody to whip up the back of it. And yet another unforced error. Had enough time on that forehand to wind it up and find the width. Well, he really did have to scrap for it. He's had to scrap for anything he's got so far through this match, but he does get that game on the board. He'll have to have a crack at Harris's serve because he's down a double break, and it will be Harris out to serve for the match for the first time. And looking for a first win here in the Classic week. Lots of action to come, of course. More tennis for you tomorrow, more round robin matches. It will be the fourth. We'll be again bringing you a mix of the men's and women's matches, our picks of the day. We will be following court 1 for you. And the boxes are just starting to shape up, getting a fair idea who might be able to come through, who's looking good, who might be able to cause some upsets. Dark horse here or there. Still very much all to play for.
Time.
Well, for Brody, he's going to have to dig deep and take a look at all of his experience, try and use it to the best of his abilities. Got to try and find something to turn this around because Harris is going to have 2 cracks at serving this out. Just found the outside of the line. Already frustrated at that. Just can't get enough purchase on the ball. It's not penetrating. It's just sitting there a little short. And he does go for a bit more. The errors are coming in. Harris keeping his composure nicely so far.
15 all.
Still urging himself on. Believes there's a way to turn this around. Of course there is. Until the final point. I'm sure he's come back from more difficult situations in the past. Probably lost from more comfortable ones as well. All of that contributing to a bit of confidence here. Calmly done. Quite a tricky return to try and deal with there, Harris. It was a super serve. Not a lot of pace on that deep shot. It was falling very steeply, but keeping calm. Not unusual error from Harris. Haven't seen a huge amount of those off of the neutral sort of shot. A possible lifeline for Brodie. Very deliberately going with the higher forehand there, Harris, thinking that might have some effect and he could draw an error from Brodie, but Brodie looking steady. The error instead coming from Harris. So a break-back chance, an opportunity for Brodie to get one of the two breaks back. Oh, he's missed it.
Okay. Brodie.
Frustrated that that just slipped away from him quite quickly. 2 errors there from 30 all. And has been broken. Still with a significant advantage here and plenty of work for Brodie to do, but it looks like he's up for the challenge. Got to start off with holding this service game. First serves will help him out no end, that's for sure. Good way to start. He went big. That did just catch a chunk of the line. Maybe just inside. Time just lifting up and off, and it can happen when you're Get a little nervous trying to get the depth by pulling the shoulders up, and you really want to do it with your swing shape. Brodie can come through this game and suddenly score is 5-4, and as much as yes, Harris will be serving for it again, so we'll still be feeling fairly good. That scoreboard pressure, Brodie just nipping at the heels. Just when it felt like the unforced errors for Brodie had pretty much evaporated. One coming seemingly out of nowhere, catching Brodie by surprise. Yeah, happy with that, because it looked like Harris was on top of the rally quite nicely, just working Brodie from side to side, not allowing him up the court. Just going for too much there. And a game point for Liam Brodie. Yes, indeed, for Liam Brodie.
5 games to 4.
And the pressure mounting for Harris to get things done now. You just kind of get the feeling that if Brodie's able to level things up here, he might start to run away with it. His game is improving. His confidence is building. Still not perfect by any means, but he is chipping away one game at a time, one element at a time. And that is all you can ask, using all of his experience at his disposal. And the pressure really on Harris to get this done in the next game now. He'll be out serving for it for the second time.
Time.
So here goes Billy Harris, a second attempt. Trying to get this match done. Yeah, really trying to go for it. Good aggressive play, nice intent behind those shots. Forehand looking more consistent from Brody. Harris just not getting the short ball that he was looking for. There have been the odd unforced error just scattered into the game of Brody over the past few games, but not an awful lot, not enough for Harris to expect some errors to help him out here. Looking for a good first serve and a quick point in the bag. Just about. Come on there very quickly after that one, just to ensure there was no call. Did catch a good chunk of the line though, so Brody wasn't thinking about it. And he does in fact have a couple of match points. It's the first win of the week for Billy Harris and a well-earned victory. What a performance from him, taking out the highest ranked player in the event. And he did beat him a few weeks ago in week 1 of this tournament, but much has changed since then. So for Billy Harris, 38 down. A few more to go. 4 to go, in fact, but did get the win on the board. 2 and 4, he comes through against Liam Brody. You can see how many breakpoint opportunities Harris had. 9 to look at. He took 4 of them, but just piling on the pressure. We can't say that Brody played his best. He didn't. He was having some issues on the forehand side, not looking completely slick in his performance today. Did have a very tough physical battle yesterday against Alistair Gray, which he came through in the final set breaker, so possibly feeling a bit of fatigue from that. They do play day after day here. No days off whatsoever. Billy Harris doesn't know what a day off is. He will get one at the end of this week, but a few more days left for him. A well-deserved victory for Billy Harris. And that concludes all of the tennis here from the Pro Series at St George's Hill. Lots of action scheduled for tomorrow. We'll be back from 10 a.m. However you're watching us, do join us then. Goodbye.